Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Ocean, are you holding enough? Beg for the moon. Yeah. Qian Renxue nodded. Lingtian said with some embarrassment, but before Lingtian could finish speaking, Qian Renxue said directly, what else is there? Didn't you often hang out with me when you were a child? You said it was when you were a kid. Can it be the same as it is now? Lingtian said with a wry smile. Then, what's going on? Qian Renxue glanced at Lingtian and said, besides, we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Is there any problem with staying together now that it's all said and done? How can Lingtian hesitate? And since I'm a man anyway, even if I suffer a loss by sleeping together, it is definitely not me. Thinking of this, Lingtian no longer hesitated. No problem, GIF. Then, he took the prepared bedding and spread it next to him. Soon, the lights in the room went out. A crescent moon hangs in the night sky, and the twinkling moonlight and starlight pour on the earth, casting a faint glow on everything and setting off the tranquil night. Qian Renxue lay next to Lingtian and picked up the quilt to cover her body. After slowly closing her eyes, just as she had guessed, the lingering nightmare never appeared again. Seeing Qian Renxue's frown gradually relaxing, Lingtian finally lay down with peace of mind. Sister Zua, good night. Good night, Ocean. After saying good night to each other, Qian Renxue also closed her eyes and fell asleep. Today was another day of reviewing memorials. Qian Renxue was really tired. In addition, she cried a lot at night, so it didn't take long before she gradually fell asleep. Sleeping next to Lingtian, she felt at ease now, with a faint smile on her lips. It's like letting go of all the burdens. It's so relaxing and comfortable. The night was getting darker and darker, but Lingtian didn't feel sleepy. Qian Renxue's virgin fragrance, which was like orchid and musk, lingered on the tip of his nose. With the moonlight scattered in the window, looking at Qian Renxue's charming and lovely sleeping face, so close at hand, Lingtian couldn't help but feel a touch of tenderness and affection, as well as a faint feeling of warmth and happiness if possible. He hoped that time could stay at this moment. There was a gentle smile at the corner of Lingtian's mouth, and he kissed Qian Renxue's delicate face, which was as white as jade and could be broken by a blow, and then slowly closed his eyes. This night, Qian Renxue's relaxed and comfortable smile appeared in his dream for the first time. In the early morning, the rising sun slowly rises. The golden light penetrated into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and the brilliant golden light gave everything in the room a faint golden halo. Today's sunshine seems to be exceptionally bright and gorgeous, full of infinite vitality and vitality. Lingtian in the room gradually opened his eyes. At this time, he had just woken up, and his consciousness was still a little blurry. He only felt that his face seemed to be pressed by something soft and warm. Lingtian stretched out his hand to push it, and subconsciously rubbed his head against the girl's body a few times. Vaguely, waves of fragrance spread into the nose. At this moment, a lazy and sweet voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and Lingtian was startled and suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his head. Lingtian suddenly found that there was a blonde girl next to him. He also buried his head in the girl's soft and fragrant arms, and most importantly, he seemed to have surrendered it just now. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lingtian was so shocked that he almost screamed. What's going on? Why is there a woman around me? However, after experiencing a brief period of shock, Lingtian came to his senses completely and quickly recalled what happened last night. He remembered that Sister Zua came to see him last night. Then it seemed that he slept here. Zua, sister. Thinking of this, Lingtian turned his head and looked at the sleeping girl. The softness and delicacy coming from his palm made Lingtian's face turn red instantly. Waking up in the morning is the time of the day when Yankee is at its peak. In addition, Lingtian is still a young and energetic young man, so this scene is quite stimulating to him. Fortunately, Lingtian took his hand back in time, thus avoiding the scene of blood splattering 3 feet. Who can withstand this early in the morning? Lingtian took several deep breaths and finally restrained his original impulse. After a while, Lingtian raised his head again, looking at the delicate face of Qian Renxue, who was still sleeping, and his heart finally returned to its original calmness. Qian Renxue was lying on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her brows stretched, her body rising and falling rhythmically with her even breathing, her expression gentle and demure. Moreover, she seemed to have an inexplicable and special temperament that could make people feel calm. Coupled with the angel mark between her eyebrows, a holy aura emerged spontaneously. The girl's peaceful and elegant sleeping face touched the softest place in the boy's heart. This is the person I consider to be my whole life. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue's delicate and pretty face, with a faint smile on his lips. His heart felt warm, and he couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what could be happier than waking up every morning and turning your head to see the sleeping face of the person you love the most. At this moment Lingtian forgot everything and just hoped that time could stay at this moment forever. Sister Zua, Lingtian murmured in his mouth, as if talking to himself. After a slight hesitation, Lingtian still bent his head and gently kissed Qian Renxue's jade white cheek with his lips. It seemed like it was only a moment, and it seemed like it lasted a long time. After a while, Lingtian slowly raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and lay down on the bed again. At the same time, he gently stretched out his arms and gently hugged Qian Renxue into his arms. After doing all this, Lingtian closed his eyes again. Time passed slowly, and it was almost noon in the blink of an eye. Qian Renxue and Lingtian woke up almost at the same time. Their eyes happened to look at each other. Neither of them spoke, they just looked at each other quietly. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, "Good morning, Sister Zua." "Good morning, Ziotian. Did you sleep well last night?" "Fine." Qian Renxue seemed to be remembering her ridiculous behavior last night. Her pretty face turned red, and she pulled up the quilt and subconsciously avoided Lingtian's gaze. Lingtian also noticed Qian Renxue's embarrassment and stopped mentioning what happened last night. After a short silence, Qian Renxue still had a bit of blush on her face. She looked at the arms around her waist and said, "Ziotian, you should have had enough hugs, right?" Chapter 202. No, never hold enough. Lingtian smelled the fragrance of lingering at the tip of the nose and said softly. Although it was said, he still released the arm holding Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue glanced shyly and then got up and changed the room. To change the room. And Lingtian followed closely, put on the ice silk mask, and walked out. Nympho time passed away. From time to time, I went to the Qian Dou Royal College from time to time. Although he is not trained there, he still has to know the future teammates when you don't want to practice a tacit cooperation. At least when you really come to the stage to play the game, you will not even recognize your own soul skills. Although he has not joined the Emperor fighting team for long, as a teammate who fought together next, the purpose of participating in the game was to win. Coupled with the teenagers So and Lingtian's initiative, they also gladly accepted this new teammate. Although Qian Heng is arrogant, he is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose that ring to learn about his losses, so he also welcomed Lingtian to join their team. Therefore, Lingtian is very smooth, and it will be made with all the members of the Emperor fighting team. During this period, the second team of the eliminated Qian Dou Royal College will be transferred to the new combination of the Emperor Dou team to increase their tacit understanding. When Lingtian communicated with his teammates, the promotion match was also close to the end. Today is the day of the elite competition of the Senior Soul Teacher College of the national continent. For most participating colleges, the ranking of the promotion competition is doomed, so the last few games have begun to release water. It is possible to ensure that the participants in this college are not injured. In order to prepare for the finals, however, two colleges are still in the atmosphere of the sword. That is the Slack College and Kamika College, which are both 12 consecutive victories. Each college must play in 14 rounds. The last round of Shrek College and Kamika College are not strong, and there is almost no problem to win. Therefore, it is necessary to decide who can finally become the first college of the Qian Dou Empire's promotion to the ranking. It depends on this game today. The collision of the two victory teams. It is precisely because today is the two competitions of these two popular colleges. Therefore, the nobles who are eligible to enter the hunting ground are all present to watch this most exciting competition without exception. The Lingtian who was going to Qian Dou Royal College was also pulled by Qian Renxue. But one says 1. Lingtian also looked forward to a game. He also wanted to see that tanks and did not get the improvement of fairy grass. How much can the strength of Shrek College now improve? Finally, the first 6 games finally ended. As the highlight of today's game, the last game of highly anticipated, the confrontation between Shrek College and Kamika Academy is finally about to start, because before Feng Xiaoshan and Tang San agreed, the victory and defeat of this game will be decided by the two of them. At the auditorium, Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue aside and whispered, "His Royal Highness, do you think Shenfeng Academy and Shrek College, who can they win the 14 winning streak?" Qian Renxue narrowed his eyes and said, "Why, do you want to bet with me again? Small gambling and affection." Lingtian emphasized the word love. After groaning for a while, Qian Renxue asked, "Or is it like the last time?" Lingtian slightly pushed the head and said, "The person who loses, the person who promises to win, yes." Valley. Qian Renxue's gaze continued to circulate in Shrek College and Shenfeng Academy. After groaning for a moment, he finally chose, "I want to choose this time Kamika College." Lingtian reminded him kindly, "His Royal Highness no longer thinks about it, really determines the Shenfeng Academy. This palace thinks very clearly." Qian Renxue said with confidence, "Don't want to mislead me as the last time. This time the palace decides. You must choose the Kamika College." Well, Lingtian shook his head helplessly and said, "Then I chose Shrek College, hoping that His Royal Highness would not regret it. He really wants to make Qian Renxue win, but who makes people don't believe it? Who can blame this? He really tried his best. Should you regret it?" Qian Renxue glanced at Lingtian provocatively, said, "This gambling game will definitely win this palace, unlike the last time. She has a full grasp this time. For these days, Qian Renxue is not watched in vain. The strength of Feng Xiaoshan and Tang San. She also has a basic understanding. Both are also innate soul divisions. A martial arts soul is the 44th level of the Wind Wolf, and a martial arts soul is a blue silver grass 412 soul point. Although Qian Renxue is optimistic about Tang 3. But now, on the perspective of strength, she still feels that at this stage, the level of soul power is higher, and the quality of Wuhan is also stronger than Tang San. Therefore, she will support Shenfeng College. Nympho at the same time. Just when Qian Renxue and Lingtian bet, Tang San Feng Xiaoshan had boarded the ring. The referee signaled the two sides to release their own martial arts. Compared to Tang San's Hang's Heart, a group of blue silver grass, Feng Xiaoshan's martial arts possession is more eye-catching. In addition to the changes in the appearance of the normal beast martial arts soul master, a blue wolf head appeared on the left shoulder of Feng Xiaoshan. This is his martial arts, the windy double-headed wolf, black wine double-headed wolf, the mutation of the wind wolf. The wind wolf is a medium to high martial arts, but it has mutated into a double wolf, which has made it a close to the existence of the top martial arts it is. With this powerful mutant martial arts, Feng Xiao Genius has today's results. 24-year-old and 44 levels. Although not as good as Lingtian, he is also a genius in genius. The start of the game, with the referee's order, the two immediately started a fierce confrontation. In the first round, the wind smiled first to attack, but the sharp wolf claws were resolved by Tang San's Zuanai hand, which did not cause any substantial attack. However, it was just the first test of the 2. Immediately, Feng Xiaoshan was not hidden, and directly released his strongest attack, the 36 consecutive chop of the wind wolf. This is Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skills. I saw that the wind and wind wings that had been melted with both arms were raised, and the hands were turned into the wing that exudes the cold and cold wings, as if it was turned into a phantom. As the attack overlap again and again, when the fourth hit, Tang San's legs have been hit under the ground, and it seems that the form is already at stake. Create self-made soul skills. Lingtian watched Feng Xiaoshan interested. This was the first time he saw other people's self-created soul skills. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Palace Will Repay My Debt. However, even though it was only the first time he saw Feng Xiaoshan perform it, Lingtian had already roughly understood from the previous attack the principle behind Feng Xiaoshan's so-called Swift Wind Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes, as the name suggests, has a total of 36 slashes with each slash. Feng Xiangxiao's attack power becomes stronger and stronger, and the speed of the attack also increases accordingly. This is also the biggest feature of his self-created soul skills, which use speed and gravity to continuously enhance his attack power. By the time the 36th hit is reached, the attack will receive a terrifying increase. To put it more simply, this is actually a technique of continuously accumulating power and superimposing it. It's still too rough. Lingtian shook his head and said with emotion in his heart, but at his age, he can be regarded as a genius if he can achieve this step by relying on his own perfection. Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skills use of soul power was too crude in his eyes. For example, Feng Xiaoshan's 36 consecutive kills, he only focused on improving his attack power and completely ignored his own defense point. In this way, although the power of his 36 consecutive beheadings is close to that of the Soul King, if the opponent can continue to attack hard, regardless of the damage that can be caused in the end, I'm afraid that Feng Xiaoshan's wings will be the first to bear it. It cannot withstand pressure and breaks. Also, the charge of this attack is too slow. Although more than 1 second does not seem like much, it is easy for your opponent to seize the loophole in the battle. At that time, as long as you take advantage of the time to accumulate strength and break it with one blow, then the 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf will be directly wasted. Therefore, in Lingtian's view, Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skills still need to be modified in many aspects. However, he also knew that Feng Xiaoshan did not have a strong sect or family support behind him. He only relied on a mutated Wind Demon Wolf spirit to practice step by step to the current 44th level of spirit power, and even created his own spirit with his own efforts. The soul creation skill is already very good. After all, he can only rely on himself for everything. The end point that some people reach in their entire lives may be just their starting point. In the eyes of others, reality is so unfair. Family background, talent, many things are determined at birth. While thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I won this time. At the same time, hearing Lingtian's sigh, Qian Renxue's lips raised a smile. She also saw the characteristics of Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skills. With the wings stacked again and again, Tang San no longer had any chance of winning. Your Highness, this battle is not over yet. Isn't it too early to draw a conclusion now? Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue and said softly, I have not noticed that Tang San has any hope of making a comeback. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes and smiled. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion on the field, with Tang San's legs sunk into the ground as the center. The entire ground suddenly exploded into a large crater. At the same time, black light surged in his right hand, and an inconspicuous small hammer appeared in his grasp. Feng Xiaoshan, who had always been in absolute control, launched his fifth attack at Tang San. The small black hammer in Tang San's hands, which was only a foot long, lifted up from below and directly faced Feng Xiaoshan's hand. The fifth chop. Boom. Feng Xiaoshan flew extremely high this time, and at the same time, several cracks appeared on his wings. The severe pain made his face turn red instantly. While his body was spinning, he looked at the small hammer appearing in Tang San's hand in horror. At this moment, he had no time to think about why his opponent had a weapon. The referee did not call a stop, which proves that the opponent did not violate the rules of the game. Feng Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and waved his wings, slashing at Tang San on the ground again. The bodies of the two people rotated almost at the same time, but one was in the sky and the other was underground. Feng Xiaoshen's wings struck down again, and the small hammer in Tang San's hand also swung upwards again. The violent collision sounded like rain hitting banana trees. Whether it was Tang San or Feng Xiaoshen, their bodies were spinning faster and faster, and before their eyes, the collision was over. After more than a dozen collisions in the audience, Qian Renxue's eyes froze. It took her a while to react. She leaned over Lingtian's ear, gritted her teeth and said, "Little bastard, did you already know that Tang San was from the Haoshan sect? I just reminded you to choose carefully." Lingtian blinked innocently at Qian Renxue, but his ice blue eyes were full of smiles. Snort. Qian Renxue turned away, not wanting to talk to Lingtian. "Sister Zua, don't forget, you owe me another condition this time." Lingtian leaned close to Qian Renxue's ear and said softly, I know. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian angrily and said, "Will I still default on my debts? This time I lost the bet again." Originally, she thought she would definitely win this time, but looking at the current situation, it might be difficult for Feng Xiaoshen to win against Tang San. Another condition owed. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue Feng's eyes widened slightly. She looked at Lingtian and cursed secretly in her heart. Little bastard. Except for Qian Renxue and Lingtian. Everyone at the VIP table stared at Tang San in shock. Or to be more precise, the little black hammer in his hand, Emperor Zuyi, Prince Snowstar, Meng Shenji, Bebe Ocean, Zilin, Platinum Bishop Salus, etc. It can be said that all the soul masters sitting here, as long as their soul power is above level 60 and over 50 years old, are trembling in their hearts at this time point, because they have recognized the hammer. That's not a weapon, at least it's not a weapon you carry, let alone one you carry with you using a space soul guide point. That is the martial spirit. The real martial spirit. He has created countless glorious martial arts spirits in the entire soul master world. He is also the existence at the top of the pyramid among martial arts spirits, and even left his imprint on the token of the martial soul hall. It represents countless strong men, represents a powerful sect, and represents the most tyrannical power and attack. That is, the clear sky hammer, blue silver grass. Two completely different martial spirits appear in the same person. There is only one possibility. Tang San is a twin martial spirit, twin martial souls, Haoshan hammer, innate soul power. At this moment, Emperor Zuyi felt so resentful that Zhu Crossing went to Tian Dou Royal Academy, and why he let them miss out on talents like Tang San. How long has it been since Haoshan sect disciples appeared on the mainland? If they can be roped in, they, unfortunately, because of Snowstar, all this is now empty talk. Salus, who was sitting across from Zuyi, was also feeling turbulent in his heart at this moment. The twin martial souls are actually another twin martial souls. Moreover, he is also a direct descendant of the Haoshan sect. Such a person must not be left behind. No matter what, Tang San must die. He must die. Chapter 204 Departure. Target Wuhan City. QIU. Just when everyone in the stands was thinking a lot, the battle in the ring also came to the final stage. When Tang San made up his mind to summon the clear sky hammer spirit and use the chaotic cloak hammer technique, Feng Xiaoshen's failure became inevitable. This is exactly the case. In the first few collisions, Feng Xiaoshen was able to rely on the superimposed power of the 36 slashes to protest against Tang San's clear sky hammer, and even gain a slight advantage. However, with the continuous superposition of random cloak hammer techniques, the advantage he had became increasingly weak. By the time Tang San reached the 10th hammer, Feng Xiaoshen was already in full decline. He was like a piece of pig iron under the attack of the Haoshan hammer. Under Tang San's constant beating, the arms connected with the wings were completely numb. Boom. With a loud noise, Feng Xiangxiu fell heavily to the ground. Broken wings, exhausted soul power and physical strength. He now has no ability to fight anymore. In the end, Feng Xiaoshen chose to admit defeat in this game. The game ended because of the previous bet. Kamikaze Academy also abided by the agreement and gave up the game. Your Highness, shall we go back? Today's games are all over, and there is no point in staying any longer. Just as Lingtian and Qian Renxue were preparing to leave the royal hunting ground, a deep voice suddenly came from behind and stopped them. King, wait a moment. Uncle, Emperor, what's the matter? Qian Renxue half squinted her eyes and saw Zhu crossing walking towards the two of them. Hahaha, look at what you said. I have nothing to do, so why can't I talk to you? Zuxing walked to Qian Renxue and said with a smile, King still has some important matters to deal with. If the emperor has nothing to do, we can talk about it some other time, when we have time. Qian Renxue glanced at Zuxing and said calmly, His Royal Highness is really busy. Zuxing paused for a moment, with a gleam in his eyes, and said slowly, I just don't know if the candidates to represent our Qian Dou Empire in this Soul Master competition have been decided yet. Don't bother my uncle to worry about this matter. I have already decided on the candidates for the competition. Qian Renxue smiled confidently and said calmly, it's settled. Why didn't I know? Zuxing suddenly paused and scolded. Could it be that you reported the names of the members of the second team? This is the Soul Master competition. How could you be so childish? The Soul Master competition is of great importance, so naturally it is not convenient for irrelevant people to know about it. Qian Renxue paused for a moment and said calmly, as for who is participating this time, the emperor will know when the competition is about to begin. Zuxing frowned and said in a deep voice, you said I have nothing to do with the king. Qian Renxue smiled faintly and said, I didn't say that. This is what you said yourself, uncle. You, before Zuxing could say anything else, Qian Renxue directly held up her hands and said, King still has important matters to deal with, so I won't say anything more to the emperor. Then Qian Renxue took Lingtian away directly. Only Zuxing was left standing there, watching Qian Renxue's leaving figure, lost in thought. According to what she just said, a suitable candidate has been found, and he is not a member of the original second team, so who will be this person participating in the competition? Suddenly, he thought of the young man who was beside them just now. With a thought in mind, Zhu crossing narrowed his eyes and murmured, could it be that he is the candidate chosen by King Hekao? He wanted to check out this young man's identity. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, another day passed, and it was the last day of the qualifying round. Because it is the last day of the competition, the rankings of most teams have already been determined. Therefore, when some colleges encounter strong enemies such as Shrek College and Shenfeng College, in order to avoid affecting the subsequent finals, many colleges chose to abstain directly. Therefore, today's game ended very quickly, and it was all over in less than one morning. At the end of the game, Emperor Zhu Yi undoubtedly provided another impassioned encouragement and motivation. Next, the finals will begin soon. That is the real battle to decide who is the strongest academy in the mainland, and this is the game that Lingtian has been waiting for since he returned to the Qian Dou Empire. As the emperor of the Qian Dou Empire, Emperor Zhu Yi of course cannot leave Qian Dou City without permission. Therefore, after the speech, Emperor Zhu Yi immediately announced that Prince Zuking would represent him as the envoy of the Qian Dou Empire to participate in the judging of this competition. The 15 teams from the Qian Dou Empire will be accompanied by him personally to a city at the junction of the two empires for the finals. The finals will be hosted by Wuhandian. The time for each team to adjust will be 3 days in total. After 3 days, there will be a total of 15 teams, plus the teacher and the escort of 500 Royal Knights soldiers. There will be a total of thousands of people. Let's set off together to the venue of the finals, Wuhan City. Originally, the location of this finals was not set in Wuhan City. But later, due to the addition of Lingtian Palace, Wuhan Palace suddenly decided to place this finals in the main city of Wuhan Palace. Wuhan City, as the name suggests, is a city that belongs entirely to Wuhan Palace. It is located at the junction of two empires, and neither empire has ownership of it. The most important thing is that the Pope's Palace, one of the two halls that symbolizes the Wuhan Palace and the highest honor, is located in this city. This newly built Pope's Palace is claimed to be the most magnificent building in the entire Douluo continent. And it is precisely because of this newly built Pope's Palace that Wuhan City has become a holy place for all soul masters. It is also a capital-like existence established by Wuhan Palace for itself. It takes almost 20 days to travel from Qian Dou City to Wuhan City. The competition time of the finals is not very long, because it is completely a knockout round. There are a total of 34 teams, and the winner can be decided in less than 10 days. Wuhan Palace attaches great importance to this finals. During the promotion competition, Wuhan City has specially opened up a place as the venue for the finals of the elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy. At the same time, Wuhan City announced a decree. During the beginning of the competition, non-soul masters were not allowed to enter to watch the competition. Even nobles were not allowed. This added a bit of mystery to the finals. The people will not be dissatisfied with the decree of Wuhan Palace. After all, soul masters are a superior existence to the common people. Wuhan Palace is a temple and holy place in their hearts. Who dares to say anything about the decree issued by the Pope himself? A group of thousands of people set off in a mighty manner. Chapter 205 Attack. Qian Renxue and -039 S worries. Although each academy operates independently, they all represent the Qian Dou Empire after all. Compared with the previous qualifying rounds and promotion rounds, the smell of gunpowder is much lighter. In particular, several colleges with relatively good relationships are working together in order to allow the participating team members to have a better rest. The Qian Dou Empire has specially purchased 15 luxurious giant carriages specifically for the participating team members to ride and rest. Some basic soul guidance technology is even used on these carriages, which have excellent shock absorption performance and are very stable to sit on. Of course, the only soul guide technology that has been handed down throughout the Douluo continent is these simple ones. As the crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire, Qian Renxue would certainly not be crowded into a carriage with other colleges, so Zuyi specially prepared a carriage for Qian Renxue and also asked Ning Fengxi and Shenzi to hide in the team and secretly protect Qian Renxue's safety. As a member of the prince's palace, Douluo naturally followed the team on this trip. To title Douluo, plus one of the strongest auxiliary soul saints in the mainland, ensured that this trip to Wuhan City would be foolproof. After all, Qian Renxue, as the prince, is the future of the Qian Dou Empire. How could Emperor Zuyi let her take risks? Although Lingtian is now considered a member of the Imperial battle team, he does not share a carriage with them, but stays with Qian Renxue. Although the space is not as big as those 15 giant carriages, the space inside is enough for the two of them to move around freely. In the middle of the carriage was a table with a tea set on it. Lingtian and Qian Renxue sat on either side of the table, one on the left and the other on the right. Because there was a sound blocking soul guide placed in the carriage, and Shenzi was secretly protecting it, there was no scruple in the conversation between the two. Lingtian looked at the steaming teapot and asked softly, "Sister Zua, are you also going to take this opportunity to go back to Wuhan Hall?" Qian Renxue nodded slightly and said, "It's been so long. I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time." "That's it." Lingtian held the teacup with a look of contemplation in his eyes. "How?" Qian Renxue paused for a moment, turned her eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you want to go back with me, Sister Zua? You are thinking too much." Lingtian shook his head and said, "Then, what are you thinking about?" Qian Renxue blinked and looked at Lingtian curiously. Lingtian picked up the teapot and poured water, and asked, "Will Wuhan Palace also participate in this Soul Master competition?" Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Yes, I will definitely participate. So, I was thinking just now, if we meet during the competition, if I sweep them out directly, will it have an impact on your status in Wuhan Palace, Sister Zua?" Lingtian said, pushing the brewed tea to Qian Renxue. "What impact can it have? You must win the match between Xiaoshan and Wuhandian team." Qian Renxue said excitedly. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll be relieved." He had previously considered whether to be gentler when the time came, but now judging from Qian Renxue's attitude, he probably didn't need to. Snort. Qian Renxue snorted coldly and said fiercely, "I want to show that woman that the so-called golden generation she carefully cultivated is completely vulnerable to my Xiaoshan. I will." Lingtian nodded to Qian Renxue, and at the same time, reached out to hold the pair of jade hands. Qian Renxue's pretty face turned a little rosy. The convoy was driving slowly all the way. Although most of the way from Qian Dou city we took official roads, sometimes we took shortcuts, and took small paths for a period of time. Just like now, there is a hill in front of the team. The hills on both sides of here are not too high, and are surrounded by dense jungle. It is said that passing through here can save dozens of miles. Although the mountain path is a bit narrow, it is still fairly flat. The convoy passed through it without any problem. When they entered this journey again, the knights guarding the team were all in high spirits, because they all know that this is the best natural ambush. Inside the carriage. Through the car window, Lingtian also noticed the surrounding environment. He suddenly remembered something, put down the car curtain, and said slowly, "By the way, Sister Zua, do you think that with our reminder, will Wuhan Palace still assassinate Tang San?" "Who knows?" Qian Renxue shook her head. She couldn't figure out what Bibi Dong was thinking. However, she had already written everything she needed to say in the letter, so it was up to Bibi Dong to make her own decision. Wheel the convoy moved forward slowly and finally entered the hills. After seeing this scene, Qian Renxue had more thoughts in her heart, and finally sighed. She had done what she could. As for the final result, she could only silently accept it. Sword Douluo, Chenzin. Poison Douluo, Dugubo. Kbao Glazed Sect, the sect leader Ning Fengxi. And there is another Haoshan Douluo hiding in the dark, Tang Hao. Although the first three of them are protecting Qian Renxue, once the academy and the team is attacked, as guests of the Qian Dou Empire, they will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing. In addition, there is Tang Hao secretly. I believe Bibi Dong will make the right choice. Wheel along with the giant carriages. They passed through the canyon in an orderly and safe manner. Finally, the entire convoy passed through the canyon safely. Nothing like an assassination happened, and the convoy continued to head towards Wuhan City. The royal knights responsible for guarding the team's safety were finally able to completely let go of their vigilance. And in the carriage. Lingtian looked at the canyon that was about to disappear from sight, looked at Qian Renxue, and said softly, "It seems that Wuhan Palace does not intend to deal with Tang San before the finals. After passing this best ambush location, Wuhan Palace will probably not take action." Qian Renxue nodded. "It seems that Wuhan Palace still believes in Sister Zua," Lingtian said with a smile. Qian Renxue in the carriage looked at the canyon behind her with a relaxed smile on her face. She looked in the direction of Wuhan City and thought to herself, it seems that the woman made a very right decision. She didn't want to see Wuhan City. The Seoul Palace lost its own strength in vain. Soon the time came to night, and the Qian Dou Empire's team also stopped to rest. At this moment, the princes in the carriage. Lingtian tinkered outside for a while, and finally returned to the carriage with a copper pot, and placed it on the table in the middle. Then put a few pieces of flint along the round opening on the top of the copper pot. Qian Renxue blinked and said curiously, "Xiaoshan, what are you going to do?" "Hot pot," Lingtian said. Chapter 206. One meal is not enough, then two meals. Hot pot can basically be divided into two types, spicy pot and clear soup. Qian Renxue likes spicy food the most, so naturally what Lingtian prepared for her was spicy pot. The most difficult part of making spicy hot pot is the base point. In order to restore this delicacy, he spent a lot of effort to find all the spices needed for hot pot, and finally recreated the familiar taste. Hot pot. What is this? Qian Renxue asked even more curiously. "You'll find out soon." Lingtian smiled mysteriously and said. Then with a thought, he took out the dishes that had just been prepared outside from the storage soul guide and placed one plate after another around the people passing by. It contains thinly sliced raw beef, mutton, tripe, fish and other side dishes. Finally, the dishes and chopsticks were arranged. The spicy pot has a much heavier taste than the clear soup pot, so Lingtian didn't prepare any dipping sauce. Gudu. As the temperature in the pot continued to rise, a spicy smell floated out from the lid, and Qian Renxue, who already likes spicy food, was instantly captured by this smell. "Xiaoshan, how long will it take to get better?" Qian Renxue asked. "Well, it should be almost done, as he spoke. Lingtian reached out and took off the lid of the pot, and instantly the spicy smell hit his face. It smells so good. Qian Renxue looked at the copper pot expectantly, but when she was about to taste it, she saw a pot of red soup. Xiaoshan, the hot pot you mentioned, is just a pot of soup. Qian Renxue stared at the hot pot, blinked, and asked, do we just want soup for dinner today? Although it is very fragrant, it shouldn't be full, right, sister? Zua, you can't drink this. Lingtian waved his hand quickly. He used butter and chili to cook the hot pot base. It was extremely spicy but inedible. How do you want to eat it? Qian Renxue asked doubtfully. This pot of soup is the base of hot pot, used to cook these dishes. Lingtian explained. Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and said, eat it in a rinse. Seeing Qian Renxue hesitate to move his chopsticks, Lingtian smiled and said, okay, let me show you the correct way to eat hot pot. As he spoke, Lingtian picked up a thin slice of mutton, put it in the hot pot, and rinsed it a few times, then put it in Qian Renxue's bowl. Sister Zua, give it a try. Lingtian smiled and pushed the bowl and chopsticks over. Qian Renxue then nodded lightly, picked up the piece of meat, and opened her red lips slightly. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. Tasty. This spicy and mellow feeling made her fall in love with this exciting taste as soon as she took it in her mouth. Although Qian Renxue knew that Lingtian's craftsmanship was very good, she never thought that an ordinary piece of beef sliced into a hot pot and rinsed for a few times could be so delicious. Sister Zua, how does it taste? Lingtian asked with a smile. Not bad, very delicious. Qian Renxue nodded vigorously and praised without hesitation. As long as you like to eat. Lingtian smiled gently, added the cooked tripe to Qian Renxue, and said, Sister Zua is trying this. Qian Renxue looked at this black thing and asked curiously, what is this? It's called mayodu and it's very delicious. Sister Zua will know after you try it. Qian Renxue put the hairy belly into her mouth doubtfully, and the next moment a strange color flashed in her eyes. Crunch, completely different from the previous meat slices, spicy and crispy, very delicious. How is it? Lingtian asked. It's delicious. Qian Renxue nodded hard, looked at Lingtian, his face was reddish, and said, Xiaoshan, don't look at me to eat, you also eat together. Lingtian's mouth raised a brisk smile, and then picked up the chopsticks to put the other ingredients one by one. When he was about to put on the vegetables again, he received the news of Ningfeng and Shenzhen. Sister Zua, little Sky, the two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Qian Renxue replaced back to men's clothing. Lingtian got up and greeted Ningfeng to the heart. Lingtian said, teacher, Uncle Ning. Qian Renxue got up, teacher, elder dust. Ning Fengson nodded with a smile and then opened the door to see the mountain. We now go to Wuxan City with two strenuous ways. For the teacher want to discuss with you. Which way will you go? As soon as the words fell, Ningfeng's suddenly smelled a fragrance. Looking in the direction of the taste, I just saw the hot pot plans in the center of the carriage. King, what is that? Ningfeng said curiously. This is a new food that Xiaoshan drums, called hot pot. Qian Renxue smiled gently and invited, teachers and elders should have not eaten yet. Why not eat with us? Xiaoshan personally prepared. After smelling the spicy taste in the car, there was a touch of surprise in the eyes of the heart. For the first time, he knew that Xiaoshan would cook, and it smelled well. Lingtian nodded and invited a smile. I have a lot of ingredients I prepared this time. Teachers and Uncle Ning can try it, then say while eating. At first, there was some dynamic. Ningfeng to look at the heart, and soon sat on both sides of the table case. These are all eaten, just like this. So, yes, what's the taste? But it's delicious. Ningfeng was just a little strange at the beginning. What kind of food does the sector's Kibaoliu Lizong? Haven't eaten it, but when he took the first bite, the taste buds were instantly detonated. One bite and then couldn't stop at all. And the same is true of the reaction of the heart. In this way, the 4 people ate around the hot pot. Of course, the volume of the 4 people cannot be viewed by ordinary people, but fortunately, this time it is easy to prepare hot pot side dishes. but you don't have to worry about the situation of not eating. Under the wind and clouds of 4 people. The food on the desktop disappears quickly. Dashi wiped his mouth and said, why didn't you find it for the teacher? Do you still have this craft? If the teacher likes it, he will often come to the prince mansion in the future. Lingtian smiled slightly and said casually, you small slide, dust. Hearted laughed, turned his head, looked at Ningfengzi, said, wind. Xia Ocean is in front of you, digging the corner in the brightness. If you want Uncle Jian, a hot pot is not enough. Ningfeng joked, then, 2 meals, ha ha ha. 4 people laughed at each other, full of a happy atmosphere. After laughing for a while, Ningfengzi also began to discuss the matter, because when I was eating hot pot before, I forgot to choose a road. To choose a waypoint nympho at the same time, Shrek College Point, because it is about to be the day of the competition. Everyone at the Slack College has been adjusting the mentality these days and has not been desperately training as usual to improve their strength. Chapter 207 Raid. The mysterious man in black. Seeking the moon. Night fell and everyone was resting outside the carriage point at this moment. Daimyo Bei walked up to ZHU Zuking, crossed his arms and said, Zuking, I want to talk to you. ZHU. Zuking turned his head and said disgustedly, we have nothing to talk about. You should think that this continent-wide elite soul master competition is our only chance. If we can't defeat them, we will both die when we return to the Star Luo Empire. Daimyo Bei said sternly, then, what do you want to say? ZHU Zuking said with cold eyes, our Shrek Academy's overall strength is now very strong. If we can release the martial soul fusion skills and add their help, we have a good chance of winning. Daimyo Bei said solemnly. Originally, he had already planned to give up, but I didn't expect that Xiaozhen would accidentally get a few ancient pills. Moreover, with the help of the elixir, their overall strength has been rapidly improved, and all of them have raised their soul power to the soul sect level. This made Daimyo Bei suddenly see the light of hope. That's why he found ZHU Zuking. He felt that before the crisis of life and death, ZHU Zuking would definitely agree to him. However, ZHU Zuking's reaction was beyond Daimyo Bei's expectation. She just sneered, and then said in a calm tone, are you done? I'll leave after that day. Daimyo Bei was slightly stunned and said angrily, ZHU Zuking, what do you mean? What do I mean? Haha, ZHU Zuking Qian Qian was up and down, and he was obviously agitated, and said, after you came to Qian Dou Empire, what did you mean when you lingered among women? You didn't think of these things until now. Daimyo Bei, don't you think it's ridiculous? Then what do you want me to do? Daimyo Bei's evil eyes turned blood red, and he grabbed ZHU Zuking's arm and said angrily, the eldest brother is 6 years older than me. He is the almost certain successor of the family. He chose me as a backup, just to give the eldest brother more. It's just pressure and motivation. The time given by our family ends at the age of 25, and they are almost 25 years old. This competition is our only chance. Is this the reason why you have fallen so hard? ZHU Zuking said coldly, Daimyo Bei was hurt by these words, and held ZHU Zuking's wrist tightly with his right hand. A red mark appeared on his fair arm. ZHU Zuking gritted his teeth and frowned, but still stared at Daimyo Bei without giving in. His dark eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment and contempt. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the convoy. The captain of the Royal Knights was immediately alert and shouted, everyone on alert, enemy attack. The members of the Royal Knights who were guarding the Soul Masters immediately raised the Knight Spears in their hands, while the participating team members of the Soul Master Academy had relaxed and contented faces. With so many talented Soul Masters here, what do they need to worry about? Although in terms of number, these students are much smaller than the Royal Knights, but in a real fight, their strength is not proportional at all. What's more, there are many strong teachers among the teachers in each academy, and there are at least a dozen Soul Masters at levels 6 and 70. Such a team is enough to face a large army of more than 10,000 people. At the same time, the prince was in the carriage. Originally, a few people were still talking about the Soul Master competition, but when they heard the sound of enemy attacks, Sword Douluo's eyes burst with a gleam of light. How brave. with him here, would you really dare to come? Thinking of this, Chen Xin and Ning Fengxi stood up at the same time point, but just when the two of them were going to provide support, they were a little worried about the situation on Qian Renxue's side point. If the attack over there was just a feint and the main target was Qian Renxue, wouldn't they have fallen into those people's plan? As soon as they left, "Teacher, please go with Uncle Ning." Go at this time, Lingtian saw the worries of the two people and said slowly, "We have Senior Douluo and Senior Chenzi here, two titled Douluo. Even if something happens, you and Uncle Ning will not. I'll be back in time." Xiaoshan is right, teacher. You can go over first. Qian Renxue also agreed. King Xiaoshan, you should also pay attention to safety. Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin nodded, and after giving them a few instructions, they immediately left the carriage together without hesitation. After Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin walked away, Qian Renxue showed a thoughtful look in her eyes. Who could be attacking the carriage? Star Luo Empire, or is it the Wuhan Palace? Shrek Academy residency. Flanders immediately gathered all the students around him, and he and Liu Erlang protected the safety of these children. Dame Yu Bei also let go of ZHU Zuking at this time, and the two of them returned to the team with cold faces. Zuking, what happened between you and that guy? Did he bully you again? Ning Renxue noticed ZHU Zuking's change, and asked worriedly as she kept covering her wrist. No, it's okay. ZHU Zuking shook his head. Ning Renxue saw that ZHU Zuking didn't want to say more, so she sighed and didn't ask any more questions. Just when all the college teachers were on alert, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Shrek Academy's carriage. Who? Liu Erlang, who had the highest soul power present, was the first to react and hit the man in black with a fire dragon punch. Flanders said quickly, "Erlang, don't be impulsive." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black suddenly disappeared, and Liu Erlang's attack failed. Where are people? Just when Liu Erlang and Flanders were confused, a black shadow appeared in front of them again. Boom. Immediately afterwards, powerful soul pressure suddenly appeared, directly knocking back the two soul saints several steps, and at the same time, a powerful and suffocating force burst out from the man in black. Titled Douluo, definitely titled Douluo. Liu Erlang and Flanders looked at each other, their eyes filled with shocking light. Even Contra couldn't repel the two of them with just one breath. At this moment, the man in black moved again. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the Shrek 7 monsters. His gaze paused for a moment on Tang San, and finally rested on Xiao Wu behind Tang San. As Tang San looked at the man in black, his heart suddenly shook. He always felt that the man in black looked familiar, as if he was very familiar with him. Bang. The next moment, titled Douluo's soul power was released. Everyone, except Xiao Wu, was caught off guard, and was knocked back, and knocked unconscious by this sudden explosion. Then he reached out and grabbed Xiao Wu in his hand, put down Xiao Wu. After understanding this scene, Liu Erlang was filled with rage. With a loud dragon roar, the huge fire dragon's true form appeared out of thin air. The huge body immediately hit the black robe titled Douluo like a flaming meteor. Chapter 208 ITN-039 SU. Beg for the moon. Xiao Wu was a daughter she recognized. How could she see her daughter being caught by others? The black robe titled Douluo's eyes condensed, pulling Xiao Wu behind him, and at the same time, the soul power condensed into a dark red barrier in front of him. Then Erlang, Franz, Wing Fan moved, and Liu Erlang was picked up in time. Boss, I'm okay. After Liu Erlang made interest rate adjustment, he stood up. Although the black robe titled Douluo seemed to be terrible, he only wanted to repel her, and did not have a heavy hand. After catching the little dance, the black robe titled Douluo did not stay too much, and the figure flashed into the jungle behind. Little dance. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlang's eyes were red, and rushed into the jungle. Take care of Renxue, leave the rest to the old man. At this moment, the dust of a white fairy wind in white appeared quietly. After leaving a word, the 7-kill sword was left to everyone back. Crown, please. Flander had also seen sword Douluo at first, and after a gift to dust, he pulled Liu Erlang to the coma point. Although Liu Erlang is anxious, He can only send hope on the heart of Chen. At this moment, Ningfeng came over and looked at Ning Rangrong, who fell to the ground, and said, "How is Rangrong now?" The breath of Douluo just now was shocked, and the rest should be able to recover after a while. Franz said softly. Ningfeng nodded and raised his hand. The Kibaoliuli tower appeared quietly in front of him with Yingren Bao Guan. Ningfeng touched it lightly. Go. I saw that the pagoda dripped in his hand for 3 weeks, and it came out. The pagoda was enlarged instantly in the air, and instantly, a dazzling light blooms in the dark night sky. Immediately after the 6th floor of the pagoda, a magnificent halo was stunned. Directly shot on the people, who couldn't afford to fall to the ground. Flander and Liu Erlong, who were next to several people, were retreated to the side by this light. The 6th layer of Kibaoliuli tower, the healing light is shrouded in everyone, shining with strange glory. After a moment, Ningfeng retracted the pagoda. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded, "Bring them back to the carriage, and take a while to rest." A touch of joy appeared on Fran's face. "Tao, thank you Ningzong Lord, don't be more courteous. How can you say that you are also Rangrong's teacher?" Ningfeng shook his head, looking at the direction of departure from the heart, showing a touch of thought in his eyes. He thought again, who is the person who attacked the team? He felt that this time it should not be the person in the martial arts hall. Otherwise, when the slack college is done, the twin martial arts will never be spared from tanks and from Heo Xianzong. Could it be that the title Dao Luo happened to be passing by? After knowing the identity of the girl's soul beast, just take away the greedy and greedy. Well, Ningfeng sighed and looked back. What is the reason? Or wait until the Uncle Jian returns to know. Nympho at the same time, in the jungle. The man in black robes suddenly stopped, putting the little dance on the ground behind, and then controlled the soul power to build a barrier in front of her. A word seal slowly forms in front of it. Drink. Finally, the black robe people drank violently loudly, and the word sealed slowly integrated into the body of Xiao Wu. It's coming soon. After doing all this, the black robe man stood quietly. Well, after a while, a white figure appeared, and it was the sword Dao Luo Chengxin, who was catching up all the way, and the 7-kill sword exudes a murderous killing next to him. Who are you? Why do you attack the team of the Heavenly Dao Empire? Chen asked, sinking. Senior. A heavy voice came, and then the black robe turned around to remove the hat pocket on his head. Tang. Heyo, why are you attacking the team of the Xiantao Empire? Chen frowned and asked with a sink. I mainly take this girl away. Tang. Heyo shook his head, pointed at the little dance lying on the ground, and explained. The predecessors also knew that she was the formation of a soul beast, and there were many titles in Wuxan City. It happened that I got a mystery some time ago, and it was possible to cover up the true identity of the girl for a while, so I brought her out of the team to help her hide the breath of souls and beasts. Hidden atmosphere. Chen Xin was slightly froze, and then looked up at Xiao Wu. Hey, the breath is really covered. Originally, the soul-like atmosphere of Xingaiu, but now it is really covered. At this time, Xiao Wu looks like a real human beings. Even though the dust is the title of the 96th level of Douluo, it is not possible to distinguish the true identity of Xiao Wu now. It is really wonderful. There is still such a method on the mainland. Tang Heo arched his hand in Dao Luo Senior. This girl asked you to take it back. The child already knows your true identity. Don't you plan to meet him? Chen Xin asked suddenly. Now? It's not the time. Tang Heo had a meal, and then his body flickered and disappeared into the jungle again. While looking at Tang Heo's gradually disappearing figure, he shook his head and sighed, and then picked up the little dance fell on the ground with one hand. Returned to the team of the Heavenly Dao Empire. After a few minutes the heart returned to the team, and gave Flounder the unconscious dance point. Although Liu Erlang was curious about the reason why the man took the little dance, since Jian Dao Luo was unwilling to explain her, she didn't ask much. Anyway, as long as Xiao Wu is okay. After looking at each other with Ningfeng, the two returned to Kan Zuxu's carriage together. Ningfeng asked Shensheng, Uncle Jian, who is the attacking team? Tang Heo, the person who appeared just now was him. Chen Xin took a sip of tea and told a few people who had a black robe. Ningfeng frowned slightly and said, Tang Heo, how can it be him? Because of that little girl. In order to solve her identity, Tang Heo would take away the girl at this time. Explanation. Ningfeng nodded suddenly. Qian Zuxu and Lingtian on the side finally understood the cause of this matter. After talking about the colleges for a while, Ningfeng's he and Shenzhen also left Qian Zuxu's carriage. On the spacious carriage, Lingtian and Qian Kaiangsu were left. Lingtian looked at Qian Zuxu, who had been thinking about and thought about it. Sister Zhu here, do you want the soul ring of the soul beast? Qian Zuxu is really heartbroken. After all, the temptation of 100,000 years of soul beasts for the soul master is very great. Chapter 209 Ocean, Iron-039, lines take you to a good place. The soul beast's body is just a soft bone rabbit, and it is not suitable to be your soul ring, Sister Zua. After a pause, Lingtian smiled slightly and said, if you really want 100,000 year soul ring, I will find a better choice for you. When you break through to Contrab, Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at Lingtian, poked his forehead gently with her jade finger, and said angrily, you think 100,000 year soul beast is just cabbage? You can really get it, if you want it, Sister Zua. Don't forget, there is more than 100,000 year soul beast in the Stardao forest, Lingtian said with a smile. Qian Renxue sighed and said, Ocean, I understand what you mean. If you can meet one, it is already a rare thing. And even if you find 100,000 year soul beast, you may not be able to hunt it. Who says there's no way? Lingtian blinked and said with a smile. Qian Renxue was a little moved and asked, do you really have a way? Lingtian smiled mysteriously and said, the mountain man has his own clever plan. You will know it when you break through to Contrab. Qian Renxue glared at Lingtian with her beautiful eyes and said, you little bastard, you know how to sell things. As long as you believe me, Sister Zua, I will prepare a suitable soul ring when the time comes. Lingtian said seriously. Qian Renxue smiled and said, then I will thank Ocean in advance. Since Lingtian was so serious, she chose to believe in Ocean. Compared with Ocean, 100,000 year level soul ring, no matter how rare the former was, she still felt that the latter was more important. Lingtian held Qian Qianyu's hand with a smile on his lips. Since the incident of Tang Heo's attack a few days ago, the entire Qiandao Empire's team has been calm and there has been no more accidents. The team of spirit masters from the Qiandao Empire were advancing in an orderly manner during this period. Ningfeng's he came to the carriage several times to talk to Lingtian and Qian Renxue about the team's march. But coincidentally, it happens to be just in time for dinner. Every time. Time flies like running water, and 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Finally, in the evening of the 10th day, everyone finally arrived at Wuhan City. Because Wuhan City has regulations in advance, the accompanying royal knights cannot enter, so the knights can only station outside Wuhan City. So Qian Renxue led the 15 soul master teams participating in the competition to Wuhan City. Compared with a huge city like Qiandao City, Wuhan City is much smaller in area, not even 1/10 of the area of Qiandao City. However, it still shocked the soul masters a lot. Although the overall area of Wuhan City is not very large, its city walls are completely built in the style of the main city of the capital. The 80-meter high city wall looks extremely majestic from the outside. The thickness of the city wall is also more than 30 meters. It is completely repaired from granite. Even Ningfengzi, the sect leader of the Kibao Glazed sect, the richest and most financially powerful sect on the mainland, couldn't help but admire Wuhan City when he saw it. Moreover, Wuhan City is not a quadrilateral like an ordinary city, but a hexagon. In other words, it has 6 walls in total. What's even more shocking is that each of the 6 city walls has a huge relief carved on it, which is exactly the same as the pattern carved on the Wuhan Palace token, symbolizing the 6 powerful Wuhans on the Douluo continent. And the most important thing is that this city was completely funded and built by Wuhandi in itself. You can see the leopard in the tube. To build such a city requires a lot of manpower and financial resources. From this we can see how powerful Wuhan Palace is, and this is different from other cities. It is a city exclusively for soul masters as the holy land for all soul masters in Douluo continent. The number of soul masters here naturally exceeds that of other cities even here, and on the city wall, the soldiers responsible for patrol must be soul masters. Moreover, their soul power cultivation levels are not low, and the weakest ones have the power of great soul masters. Occasionally, one or two soul kings can even be seen passing by among them. Inside Wuhan city, it gives people a very empty feeling. There are not many pedestrians on the street and there are few shops. However, because the audience in Wuhan city are soul masters, most of the items sold in these shops are items needed by soul masters, and even precious storage soul tools from the outside world are sold. Of course, the quality is not very good. After all, this is Wuhan city, and the good quality items have long been bought by other soul masters. Although there were very few people here, it was quite a shock to Lingtian, because along the way, all he saw were soul masters, whether they are walkers on the street, vendors, or residents in the city. Everyone is a soul master in Qian Dou city. Many soul masters could be seen on the streets, but the overall population was still dominated by ordinary people without soul power. But in Wuhan city, it was just the opposite. Although the population of Wuhan city is not large, everyone who walks by on the street is a soul master. Even the children who are occasionally seen have soul power in Wuhan city. Ordinary people have become a rare part. Along the way, Lingtian has not seen a few ordinary civilians without soul power. There are so many soul masters in Wuhan city, Lingtian said with emotion. After all, this is a holy place in the eyes of all soul masters in the entire continent. Looking at the towering hall in the distance, Qian Renxue stood with her hands behind her hands and said softly, "Most civilian soul masters will regard entering here as their honor." Yeah. Gu. While listening, Lingtian nodded. What Qian Renxue said was indeed correct. Putting aside those so-called sects, the civilian soul masters in the world still had extremely high respect for Wuhan city. While the two were talking, a cardinal came towards them. The status of the cardinal is second only to the platinum bishop. In some large cities, he can serve as the master of a branch hall, and he is also considered a high-ranking figure in the Wuhan palace. And having a cardinal come to greet the Qian Dou Empire's team is enough to show how seriously Wuhan Palace attaches to this Soul Master competition. Everyone, please come with me. After a brief greeting, under his leadership, a group of more than 200 people were quickly settled and stayed in a luxurious hotel on the west side of Wuhan city. And the service staff in the store are naturally all Soul Masters. The competition will officially start in 3 days. Please take a good rest here during these 3 days. After the cardinal finished instructing everyone, he bowed his hands to everyone and left. These 3 days are specially set aside for all teams to prepare. It took less than half a month to travel continuously, so naturally it took a few days of rest to recover. The physical fitness of Soul Masters is already strong, and 3 days is enough for them to adjust their condition. Whether intentionally or not, the participating teams from the Star Luo Empire were arranged to rest on the other side of Wuhan city. Invisibly, Wuhan Palace has divided the participating teams from the two empires into 2 camps. Regarding this, Qian Renxue just snid. But no objection was raised. Because even if Wuhan Palace did not arrange it this way, the relationship between the Qian Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire would still be on the same level. After settling all the epiphanies, Qian Renxue let them arrange their own time. After all, every college has teachers to look after you. All participating teams' expenses in Wuhan city are borne by Wuhan Palace as the host, so they don't need to worry about the money for hotels and meals. Dusk falls, and the entire Wuhan city is brightly lit. Shall we go out for a walk now? After dinner, Qian Renxue suddenly suggested, while looking at Lingtian who was looking out. Is that okay? Lingtian said with some emotion. Qian Renxue smiled gently and said, of course. Immediately after saying hello to Ning Fengzi, Qian Renxue and Lingtian left the hotel. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, both of them put on simple disguises. Although she didn't stay in Wuhan city for long, when she was a child, Qian Renxue, as the host, must know some special places in the city better than the average person. The two of them walked around the city. During this period, Qian Renxue carefully introduced the various buildings in Wuhan City. To Lingtian point, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Xiaoshan, come with me, I will take you to a good place." "Good place?" Lingtian blinked curiously. "Hurry up and keep up," Qian Renxue urged. Coming. Immediately, Lingtian followed Qian Renxue, and the two of them walked out of Wuhan City one after another, and walked straight along an almost invisible path. "Sister Zua, where are we going?" Lingtian asked. "You'll know in a moment," Qian Renxue said mysteriously. The two of them climbed up the road, and finally Qian Renxue stopped on a high mountain. "Here we are, right here." Qian Renxue looked back with a smile, pointed to the brightly lit city below, and said softly, "This is the only mountain peak from which the entire Wuhan City can be seen. Looking from here, doesn't the entire Wuhan City look spectacular?" Qian Renxue said with a smile. Looking at the vaguely visible mountain peaks not far away, Lingtian pondered for a moment and then asked, "Sister Zua, is Wuhan City built in the mountains?" "You are right, Wuhan City is built on the hills." Looking up at the surrounding towering mountains, Qian Renxue opened her hands and said with emotion, "When we first established this city, it took several generations of Wuhan Palace's accumulation to finally build this city among the mountains, the majestic Wuhan City. Only Wuhan Palace can build a city on flat ground." Lingtian agreed. Building a city requires a lot of money. Even the Kibeo glazed sect, which is known as the richest sect, cannot afford to build such a city easily. Qian Renxue suddenly pointed to the hill and asked, "Xiaoshan, do you know what that is?" Lingtian was slightly startled and looked in the direction of Qian Renxue's finger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Sister Zua, I remember that you still need one condition from me. On this hill, as soon as I glanced over, I saw two extremely eye-catching buildings, especially the building halfway up the mountain is the most magnificent. Even from such a distance, its overall structure can be vaguely seen. And Qian Renxue was pointing to this conspicuous building. It is entirely a column structure with a dome. When Lingtian used the ice god's eye, he could see clearly that its facade was covered with golden material, and it exuded a faint luster even in the night. After thinking for a moment, Lingtian tentatively said, "Yes, the Pope's Palace." "My guess is good. It's the Pope's Palace." Qian Renxue helped Lingtian trim her hair, and then continued, "The Pope's Palace is the center of power of Wuhan Palace. The Pope of Wuhan Palace, that is, that woman lives there. In addition, there are also some take orders from her elders." "Then, what is that palace behind?" Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue and asked doubtfully. "The other building is on the top of the hill. It is much smaller in scale than the Papal Palace. It is only about 1/3 the size of the Papal Palace. The building structure is somewhat similar, except that the exterior facade is as white as jade, which is far less eye-catching than the Papal Palace. That's the most advanced existence in the Wuhan Palace, the Douluo Palace." After a pause, Qian Renxue said softly, "This is a place where only dead titled Douluo can stay. It can also be said to be the grave of titled Douluo. Xiaoshan, feel it with your heart. Can you feel a special feeling?" "Feel." Lingtian felt it with his heart, and he did feel a special feeling. He turned his head and asked doubtfully, "Why is this?" "It's because of the Douluo Palace. The reason why you feel this atmosphere is because of the title Douluo buried in this Douluo Palace." After Qian Renxue was silent for a moment, she said, "No matter where the Pope's Palace is built, the Douluo Palace will be built along with it, and the Douluo Palace must be located higher than the Pope's Palace. Before the big ceremony, the Pope he would personally go to the Douluo Palace to worship, but even he had no right to enter the Douluo Palace before his death. This was a rule that no one could violate. Otherwise, all the Soul Masters would attack him. It is precisely because of the existence of the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace that Wuhan City was called the Holy Land of Soul Masters by the Wuhan Palace after its establishment. Of course, this is also recognized by the vast majority of Soul Masters. I see." Lingtian nodded slightly, and then asked curiously, Sister Zua, how did you discover this place? When I was a kid, I was bored in the Wuhan Palace. After training, I wandered around the nearby hills. I happened to discover this good place, and it naturally became my secret base. After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue said slowly, when I'm bored, or in a bad mood, I will come here and stay for a while. Look at the starry sky and Wuhan city, and your mood will calm down a lot. Qian Renxue said it very calmly. She was already used to this, but despite this, Lingtian still heard her bitterness alone. Bored. If she had had a normal childhood and had the care of her parents, Qian Renxue would have been just a little girl at that time. How could she have run to the mountains alone? Lonely. Sister Zua must have been very lonely at that time, right? He can feel it. Just like how I felt when the old man passed away and I was left alone. Sister Zua, Lingtian gently hugged Qian Renxue, leaned against her ear, and whispered, from now on, I will be by your side and I will never let you be alone again. Qian Renxue's delicate body trembled, and then she opened her jade hands to hug Lingtian. Originally, she thought she was used to it. However, when she heard Lingtian's words, her heart was still touched. It turns out that someone cares. This is how it feels. A touch of sweetness echoes in my heart. At this moment, Lingtian suddenly approached Qian Renxue's ear and whispered, Sister Zua, I remember that you still have one condition left for me. Right? Qian Renxue's face turned red as she remembered the conditions from last time. Before Qian Renxue could say anything, Lingtian continued, my condition is that I want Sister Zua to be happy forever. Qian Renxue was slightly startled. She did not expect that Lingtian would make such a condition. This is my condition. Sister Zua is not allowed to cheat. Ziocean, huh? Sister Zua, how? Before Lingtian finished speaking, Qian Renxue suddenly turned around in her arms, and her snow-white arms directly hugged Lingtian's neck. In the stillness of the night, we all care about each other. After a while, the two of them packed up and returned to the hotel. Because he had just received a message from Chenzi on the way, Lingtian went straight back to his room after saying hello to Qian Renxue. And Chenzi has long been waiting for Lingtian to come back. How is the situation? Lingtian asked. According to the information obtained by my subordinates, the people who killed the palace have entered Wuhan city, and the leader of the palace, Zhu Zedui, is among them. Chenzi said in a deep voice. Finally, here, a flash of light flashed in Lingtian's eyes. He pondered for a moment and said lightly, you can ask the Snow Palace Master to start preparations, and also ask her to remember to inform the Snow Emperor when the Soul Master competition is over. It's time for us to take action. Gu Chenzi nodded slightly and said, I will pass the news to my father and the others now. I need to ask Sister Chenzi to pay more attention to the situation at the Killing Palace. I have teachers and their protection here, so there should be no problems during the competition. Lingtian said, my subordinate understands. The morning light came over, and then blue light surged and disappeared into the room the next second. Old Gu. Before I knew it, Lao Gu had been gone for almost a month. But Lingtian still didn't adapt. Feeling the martial spirit belonging to the Golden Dragon King in his body, a trace of nostalgia and sadness flashed in his eyes. Eventually, it was replaced by cold murderous intent. Shady and Zuyi, it's time to settle the grievances between us. After separating from Lingtian, Qian Renxue did not stay in the hotel. She walked around Wuhan city several times, and after she was sure that no one was following her, she changed her clothes and identity and walked straight to the deepest hall in Wuhan city, the Hall of Elders. This is the deepest location in the entire Wuhan city. At the same time, there are more than 10 titled Douluo in it, which is also the foundation for Wuhan Palace to stand firm on the mainland. At this moment, in front of the outer door of the Elders Hall. Although Qian Renxue has not been back for a long time, the Soul Master guarding the outer door of the Elder Hall still saluted respectfully. Just because the person in front of me is the granddaughter of the great priest, these little guards would not dare to offend this young master. The two guards bowed and said respectfully, I have seen the young lady. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and then walked straight past the two of them. The inner door of the Elders Hall. Qian Renxue gently pushed open the thick stone door The Elder Hall, which had never seen sunlight all year round, lit up the moment Qian Renxue walked in. When you enter, the door will naturally close behind you. In the splendid palace, a man in grey robe was standing devoutly in front of the angel statue. It was a 10-meter tall statue with a golden body. 3 pairs of wings stretched out behind his back, and he raised a huge golden sword in his hand and pointed directly at the sky. The most peculiar thing was that there seemed to be a layer of faint golden flames hovering around the golden sword. He is Tian Dou, one of the only 399th level extreme Douluo in the world. Tian Dou slowly turned around until he heard the movement behind him. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. The calm and tranquil atmosphere gives people a very comfortable feeling. He is tall but not strong. He is wearing a simple grey robe, and his long black hair is spread behind his head and combed very neatly. Even though his clothes were so simple, he just stood there with just his back. He looked extremely tall, majestic, and vague, which made people feel awe and a feeling of worship in their hearts. It seems to exist, yet it seems not to exist. It seems to be integrated into the space and integrated with this whole. In this space, he is the center. He is the rule, and he is everything. Grandfather, Qian Renxue screamed happily and rushed towards Qian Dou into Qian Dou's arms. Zua is back. Qian Dou caught Qian Renxue with a kind smile on his face. Here, let grandpa see. Well, he has grown up and become beautiful. Zua misses grandpa so much. Qian Renxue showed the posture of a little daughter and threw herself into Qian Dou's arms, acting coquettishly. Only here in Qian Dou can she show this side. Qian Dou said with a smile, "Grandpa misses you too. It has been many years since I have seen the grandfather and grandson together." This rare and joyful scene made others envious. Qian Dou suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, "Zua, when you came back this time, did you go to see her?" "No, I don't want to see her." Qian Renxue's expression paused, and she felt a little depressed. "Oh, let's go meet him." Qian Dou sighed, rubbed Qian Renxue's blonde hair, and said slowly, "It's not easy for her to be alone. After all, she is also your mother. What happened back then cannot be entirely blamed on her. In fact, she is not as ruthless to you as you think." "What happened back then was that the Angel clan was sorry for Bibidang. But he neither wanted to damage his son's image in Zua's mind, nor did he want Qian Renxue to feel sad about Bibidang, so he could only persuade her in this way." Qian Renxue bit her lips tightly and said, "Grandpa, I don't want to mention her now." "Well, Qian Dou sighed helplessly and then said, okay, let's not mention her. Tell grandpa about your experience in the Qian Dou Empire. Let me see how much Zua has grown in such a long time." Chapter 211 Douluo Palace, the inheritance of the angel family. "Grandpa, now Zuyi has handed over all the affairs of the Qian Dou Empire to me. When Zuyi dies, the entire Qian Dou Empire will belong to our spirit hall." When the Qian Dou Empire was mentioned, Qian Renxue became interested instantly and began to seriously describe her plans and actions. Qian Dou's face was full of pride and he praised, "Well, she is indeed my granddaughter. Grandpa, Zua will not let you down." Qian Renxue said with a confident smile. Qian Dou smiled gently and rubbed Qian Renxue's head. In fact, he has been paying attention to Qian Renxue. Although he doesn't care about the affairs of Wuhan Palace, and everything in the palace is taken care of by Pope Bibidang, but he still pays close attention to the news about Qian Renxue in real time. Everything that happened to Zua in the Qian Dou Empire, whether it was the things on the throne that were just mentioned, or the little guy from the royal family who was deliberately concealed, Qian Dou knew these things clearly. Originally, Qian Dou wanted to remind Zua not to have real feelings for that little guy. However, he would not agree with this because he knew very well that in this world, no soul master could be worthy of his granddaughter. Her innate soul power of level 20 had already destined her future. The gap between gods and mortals is a chasm that will never be bridged. For Qian Renxue, love is superfluous and will only add to her worries. Therefore, as her grandfather and the guide to the new god of heaven, Qian Renxue has the obligation and the necessity to help Qian Renxue recognize herself and let go of this relationship, even if she is resented by Zuir. However, it is no longer necessary now. Because the little guy's dead, he doesn't need to be used as the villain. It was precisely for this reason that Qian Renxue did not choose to specifically ask about this matter when Qian Renxue deliberately concealed it. And Qian Renxue doesn't want to reveal their relationship now. Therefore, the grandfather and grandson had a tacit understanding, and no one mentioned Lingtian's matter. That's right, Grandpa. Looking at the angel statue in front of her, Qian Renxue suddenly remembered Lingtian's ice god mark and asked curiously, Grandpa, does the angel god we have worshipped for generations really exist? Of course, our family are all descendants of the god of angels, Qian Renxue said seriously. The descendant of God, Qian Renxue murmured in a low voice and subconsciously touched the mark between her eyebrows with her right hand. In the past, she would have definitely questioned Qian Renxue's remarks about the gods, but now after seeing that Lingtian inherited the ice god, she has a different view on the god's angel statue. Angel mark. Are their angel clan really related to gods? Zuir, what are you thinking about? When Qian Renxue asked Qian Renxue, he happened to see the mark of the 8-winged angel in the center of her eyebrows. The next moment, Qian Renxue's pupils suddenly shrank. 8-winged angel. He was not mistaken. It was the 8-winged angel, and the angel mark on Qian Renxue's eyebrows had changed. Zuir, hurry up, summon your martial spirit, and show it to Grandpa, Qian Renxue said in an uncharacteristically urgent tone. With or thought, the angel mark on Qian Renxue's eyebrows flashed. Immediately afterwards, an angel's shadow slowly rose behind him. Behind him, 8 wings as white as snow slowly unfolded, and the ends of the feathers were dyed with a little golden red. With every flapping of the wings, it could bring out a ray of golden red flame lit up. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 calls slowly rose at his feet. At the same time, a holy, majestic, and hot atmosphere spread in the hall. At this moment, Qian Renxue couldn't hide his excitement and said, Zuir, has your martial spirit evolved? Qian Renxue nodded slightly and said, my martial spirit has been transformed after taking a pill. Not only did I have an extra pair of wings, but the originally weak fire attribute energy in the angel martial spirit has also been improved. Now it is not weaker than before. The 2 strongest energies of light and holiness. She deliberately downplayed Lingtian's help. The yin-yang creation pill was of great importance, and she didn't want Zhaoshan to be involved in the crisis unexpectedly. Qian Renxue did not ask for the specific reason. He just looked at Qian Renxue deeply, then patted her shoulder and said, no matter what the reason is, it is a good thing that the martial spirit can evolve. As my granddaughter grows up, she begins to have secrets of her own. Since Qian Renxue didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't dig into it. Just like what he said just now, although I don't know the specific reason, as long as I know the result is good. Grandfather Qian Renxue's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head guiltily. Okay, Zuir. Qian Renxue rubbed Qian Renxue, raised his head, and looked into the distance, and said softly, go to a place with Grandpa. With your current strength, you can try it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renxue walked towards the door. Although Qian Renxue was confused, she still kept up with Qian Renxue's pace. Qian Renxue took Qian Renxue to the sacred mountain of Wuhan Palace. Although their martial souls both had the ability to fly, they chose to climb the sacred mountain step by step in an unfavorable way. But despite this, the 2 of them were still very fast. After a while, Qian Renxue arrived at the top of the sacred mountain of Wuhan Palace. In front of her is the legendary Douluo Palace, located at the top of the sacred mountain of Wuhan Palace. Douluo Palace, it has the potential to dominate the world. Compared with the Pope's Palace, the Douluo Palace is smaller. However, the titles of all titled Douluo are enshrined here. There are no gorgeous decorations in the Douluo Hall. The whole building is made of simple rocks. But if you look carefully, you will find that there is a very faint golden light on these simple rocks. If you touch it with your hand, you will feel a strange energy swimming in your palm. Except for the entrance direction, the 3 high walls of Douluo Hall are enshrined with golden square plaques. Each plaque is about half a meter high and 1 foot wide, with only 3 or 4 large characters on it. Looking around, the number of golden plaques on the 3 walls is no less than hundreds. Each of these plaques symbolizes a titled Douluo who received the title here after the Douluo palace was built. However, Qian Dou did not stop and led Qian Renxue straight into the main hall. Boom, pushing open the dusty palace door. A solemn breath hid my face. In the center of the main hall, there is also a huge angel statue similar to that of the Elder Hall. It is also a 10-meter high statue with a golden body. 3 pairs of wings are spread out behind it. It holds a huge golden sword in its hand and points directly at the sky. There seems to be a layer of faint golden flames hovering around the golden sword point, but despite being so similar, they still give people different feelings. If you have to say what the difference is, then it is a soul. Yes, although the statue in the Elder Hall is equally huge, it lacks soul. The huge statue in front of you gives people the feeling of being the most powerful person. The golden plaques of hundreds of titled Douluo around are sleeping peacefully under the suppression of its aura. The sacred aura permeates the statue. It is holy, noble, and has an extremely powerful momentum and a sense of oppression. Even a powerful titled Douluo can't help but feel awe in front of this statue. Qian Dou walked up to the statue and worshipped with awe. Grandpa, why are we here? Qian Renxue blinked and asked in confusion. Qian Dou looked at Qian Renxue and said seriously, originally, Grandpa wanted to tell you these things later, but with your current talent, you can know about this in advance. Grandfather. Qian Renxue's heart was shaken, and she stood still with breathless concentration. To be able to make my grandfather take things so seriously, what he is going to say next must not be simple. Qian Dou said slowly, do you still remember what Grandpa told you before, that our angel clan has enshrined angel statues for generations, to protect our angel clan from standing on the mainland forever? Qian Renxue nodded slightly and said, yes, Zua remembers. Qian Dou had often told her about the statues of gods since she was a child, so Qian Renxue was deeply impressed by them. Actually, this is only part of the reason. Qian Dou looked at the angel statue and continued, in addition, it is because the angel statue is the foundation of our angel family. Because our family is the descendant of the angel god, we can communicate with the great angel god through the statue and provide us with the angel statue. The descendants of this lineage have passed down the inheritance of the gods. In addition to his talent, my grandfather is able to be as strong as he is today because of the help of the inheritance of the gods, spirits, inheritance. Qian Renxue opened her eyes wide and looked at the statue in disbelief. When you entered Douluo Hall, did you encounter this statue differently? Qian Dou asked. Yeah. Qian Renxue nodded. Qian Dou explained, that's because this angel statue is a real statue. The angel statues in the Elder Hall and other places are all carved based on this statue, so they are just superficial and have no real meaning. The inner charm of the real angel statue is why it gives you this feeling. Only in front of this statue can our family accept the inheritance of the statue. Qian Renxue looked at the statue thoughtfully. After pondering for a moment, she said, so Grandpa, you brought me here because you want me to accept the inheritance of the statue. That's right. Qian Dou showed a hint of admiration in his eyes and then said, Zua, you are now at level 72 and your martial spirit has evolved into an unprecedented 8-winged angel. In the inheritance of my angel lineage, among them, you have the highest talent, and now, you have finally grown to the point where you can accept the angel's assessment. Go under the angel statue and let Grandpa see if you can trigger the test. Qian Dou said softly, with a trace of anticipation and expectation in his eyes. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and walked to the angel statue. She slowly closed her eyes, and at the same time, the 8-winged angel behind her spread its wings to wrap her in them. Chapter 212 Angel 9 Exams, Qian Renxue and -039, S choice. The next moment, the huge seraph statue and the huge golden sword spit out a flame that was more than 10 feet long. A bright golden light emanated from the angel statue, and at the same time, there was a faint sound of Sanskrit singing. When it sounded, the sacred majesty filled the entire Douluo Hall, filling the place with an indescribable sacred aura. At the same time, Qian Dou raised his hand and pointed. The golden flames released from the long sword in the statue's hand fell from the sky, completely covering Qian Renxue's body. And the 8 wings behind her stretched out without her control, demonstrating holiness and sanctity. The golden flame circulated, and Qian Renxue's body was shrouded in that light. Although the golden light did not change at all, a curtain of light appeared in the sky in front of the statue and Qian Renxue, showing a brilliant golden color. Suddenly, the golden light curtain suddenly shook violently, and the next moment, a second equally golden light curtain appeared. Then, the third piece, the fourth piece. Almost instantly, 7 light curtains appeared. The 8th piece. Under Qian Dou's gaze, after a brief pause, there was another violent tremor, and the 8th light curtain emerged again. Qian Dou was also concentrating at this moment, staring closely at the light screen in front of him. Just one piece missing. Just one piece missing. With Zuo's talent, there should be no problem. Absolutely no problem. The entire light curtain suddenly paused, and then the last light curtain appeared. Under Qian Dou's expectant eyes, a dazzling golden light that only the inheritors of the gods could see suddenly emerged from the angel statue. Blooming on the top, swearing to everyone that he belongs to the angelic throne. A feeling of earth shaking suddenly spread throughout Wuhan city. The throne of angels, which has been vacant for nearly 1,000 years, finally found a successor today. The new successor to the god of angels is Qian Renxue. At the same time, Lingtian, who was practicing in the room, felt a familiar aura and suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and stared in the direction of the sacred mountain of Wuhan Palace. A huge golden light pillar that can only be seen by the inheritors of the gods leads directly from the endless void to the worship hall. The magnificent light pillar connecting the sky and the earth looks so spectacular and dazzling. Sister Zuo, have you started the spiritual test? Lingtian was slightly startled, and then a look of surprise flashed in his ice blue eyes. According to the trajectory of the original work, Qian Renxue should have started the inheritance of the god of angels 5 years later, but now, after taking the yin-yang creation pill, Qian Renxue's progress has accelerated a lot. The abundant energy has directly promoted her soul power to soul saint, making up for the lost training time in the Qian Dou Empire over the years. At the same time, she also upgraded her martial spirit to an 8-winged angel, so it is not surprising that Qian Dou would start the assessment of the god of angels in advance. 9. Exams for angels. Sister Zuo finally embarked on the road to becoming a god. With a smile on his lips, Lingtian shook his head and sighed softly. It seems that I have to speed up, otherwise Sister Zuo will become a god first. I, the ice god, will be really embarrassed. Already. Papal Palace, the exclusive secret chamber of the Pope. Bibi Dong, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing, suddenly opened her eyes, and a blood-red dark light burst out from her eyes. Disgusting smell. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, but soon thought of something again, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Qian Dou, you are very smart. In order to prevent me from treating you, the descendants of your angel clan, you actually chose my daughter to take your place. So, what if you let Zuo inherit your position? Since I entered the secret realm of Rakshasa, I have entered a realm that is beyond your reach. I still have one last step to go. I can cross this step in 10 years at most. No one can stop me by then, and your angel lineage will start from there. Completely disappeared from the mainland. A trace of hesitation flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but remembering everything that happened that day in the secret room, and thinking of Yu Xiaogang's misunderstanding of herself just now, her dark purple eyes were once again shrouded in blood-red murderous intent. Qian Zunji destroyed everything about herself. Then she would also destroy the entire angel lineage. No matter who it is, don't try to stop it. At the same time, inside Douluo Hall. The huge statue of the god of angels was emitting endless holy light at this moment. It completely enveloped Qian Renxue's delicate body, tempering her body over and over again. As time went by, the golden light gradually converged and turned into a stream of light that blended into Qian Renxue's eyebrows. The golden light dissipated, and the original golden 8-winged angel mark between Qian Renxue's eyebrows now turned into a brilliant golden red, which was almost the same as the angel statue, except that it had an extra pair of wings. 9 exams for angels. The moment he saw these 9 light curtains, Qian Renxue's eyes showed a special and strange light. 9 exams for angels. 9 exams. I knew that Zuo would definitely be able to do it. Definitely be able to do it. The angel 9 exams that countless generations of Douluo palace masters have been waiting for finally appear. In the body of the granddaughter he has placed high hopes on point just as he expected. Qian Renxue is a destined angel god. 9 exams for angels. Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling light flashing in her eyes. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with soft light. 9 light curtains. 9 angel exams. I didn't expect that the Douluo Hall masters of all generations are waiting for you. Zuo, Grandpa is proud of you. Qian Renxue showed a trace of confusion in her eyes and said, Grandpa, there seems to be something extra in my mind. Qian Douluo smiled calmly and said, that is the inheritance from the god of angels. If what appeared in front of you just now was the 8 light curtains, then Grandpa's current position as the master of Douluo Hall will be you in the future. However, what appears in front of you is the 9 light curtains mean that you have been recognized by the god of angels. When you successfully complete the 9 tests set by the god of angels for you, you will be the new god of angels. And this is what Grandpa is guarding. Point the biggest secret of Douluo Palace, the throne of God. God's throne. Qian Renxue was confused when he heard the previous paragraph, but when he heard the word God position, his eyes instantly burst into light. Point like Ocean. She also received the inheritance of divine status. Originally, she was worried that Ocean would not be able to keep up with him in the future after receiving the inheritance from the gods, but now that she has the angel status, she can finally relax. Point thinking of this, Qian Renxue smiled excitedly at herself, her eyes curved like crescent moons, as if the aura was overflowing. Zuo, you are now the successor to the throne of God. Qian Douluo said happily, his eyes still full of joy. Point how could he not be excited that his granddaughter had fulfilled a long cherished wish of previous Douluo Hall masters. However, Qian Douluo was a peerless Douluo after all, and he quickly adjusted his mood. After a while, his eyes finally returned to their original calmness. However, although Zuo has passed the 9 rounds of angel examinations, it is not easy to pass these 9 rounds of examinations. As an envoy of the angel god, he still has to help Zuo more. Point thinking of this, Qian Douluo asked, Zuo, what is the first round of your 9th angel exam? The first test? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, a little confused. Use your mental power to communicate with the angel mark on your forehead. Qian Douluo reminded. Oh, Qian Renxue nodded, and then she closed her beautiful eyes slightly and concentrated her mind. Her mental power was connected to the mark on her forehead, and the first test of the 9 angel exams gradually emerged. Point after a moment, Qian Renxue opened her beautiful eyes and said, Grandpa, my first round of assessment is to raise my soul power to the contra level within 3 years. It's not too difficult for you, Zuo, to be promoted to contra within 3 years. After hearing this, Qian Douluo nodded slightly and said, with Qian Renxue's innate talent of level 20, he should be able to advance to contra in 3 years without any problem. Point it seems that the first round of assessment does not require his help yet. You will stay in Douluo Hall these days, and Grandpa will tell you some of the secrets of our angel clan. Qian Douluo ordered. Qian Renxue nodded and said, she also wanted to know more about the gods. There is no need to go back to the Qian Dou Empire. After pondering for a moment, Qian Douluo said slowly, now that you have inherited the angel divine examination, you can put aside your plans. As for Babydang, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will take care of it for you. In Qian Douluo's heart, ruling the continent is far inferior to the angel god examination. Point he didn't want his granddaughter to end up failing the assessment because of the Qian Dou Empire. No. Qian Renxue subconsciously refused. Point Qian Douluo frowned slightly and said, why? That Qian Renxue realized that she was a little out of sorts and quickly explained, the Qian Dou Empire's plan is about to succeed. Grandpa, you know my character. I don't want my efforts of more than 10 years to be wasted like this. After Qian Douluo was silent for a moment, he slowly said, there is no problem in letting you stay in the Qian Dou Empire, but you have to promise Grandpa one thing. What's going on? Qian Renxue asked. Qian Dou said seriously, you must not delay your angel assessment, because of the affairs of the Qian Dou Empire. Grandpa, don't worry, Zua won't do it. Qian Renxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. She doesn't want to go back to Wuhan to take you with her now. Now that Ziotian is here in the Qian Dou Empire, she doesn't want to be separated from Ziotian like this. Besides, the Qian Dou Empire is about to be acquired, and she is really unwilling to give up like this. Okay, let's go back to the Elder's Hall with Grandpa. Qian Renxue nodded and immediately followed Qian Dou's footsteps. Wuhan City, where the Killing Palace is stationed. Looking at the energetic young generation below, Zhu Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, you are the youngest group of elites in our Lingtian Palace. Your mission in this Soul Master competition is to win the championship, and tell the people on the mainland all the Soul Masters in our Lingtian Palace are completely back. Chapter 213. The opening of the finals. I will not live up to the expectations of the Lord. 7. Young disciples of the 7 young people under the field, half kneeled on the ground and respectful. Nympho extremely north. Snow Hall. After receiving the Chenyu of Chengxi, immediately mobilized the power of Zhu Temple. In addition to staying in the title Douluo guarding Snow Valley, all the 4 remaining titles remaining in the Snow Hall were taken away. At that time, as long as the news of Chenzi will be received, they will rush into Wuxan City as soon as possible. At the same time, Snowdy has been prepared and will go to Wuhan City and Chenyu the day before the end of the Soul Master competition. Nympho after 3 days, it died. The final of the Pan Mainland Elite Soul Master competition is the beginning of the beginning. Early in the morning, all the participating colleges came to the competition venue under the leadership of Wuhan Hall. The competition venue is a place specially developed by Wuhan City. It is located in the center of Wuhan City. The huge ring is completely repaired by granite, and its diameter is more than 100 meters. On this huge contest, a huge number of soul guides is also reinforced to prevent damage caused by the fierce battle between the soul divisions. The information tested according to the Wuhan Temple. This game venue is enough to forbid any attack from the soul division below the Soul Emperor without damage. It is estimated that only the martial arts palace, so that the wealthy organization will do this. At least the 2 empires were reluctant to spend such huge resources. However, this is not surprising. After all, the 2 empires of vast territory, military-oriented towns, etc., all require a lot of resources. Naturally, there is no extra financial resources to build this rarely used game venue. In front of this competition, the Pope Hall. From the hills of the Pope's Temple, there is only a distance of less than a kilometer. The Wuhan Temple has announced in the notice posted that the final 4 of the finals will play in front of the Pope Temple. At that time, the Pope will appear in person and crowns the final champion. This is an unparalleled glory for any Soul Master, because in the eyes of most Soul Masters, Wuhan Temple is the sacred place in their eyes. Each college Wuhan Temple has built a special rest area separately. The rest area is built around the game venue. On the other side of the Pope Temple, the VIP jury will be. At that time, when the competition, the people representing the 2 empires are watching the battle there. Of course, it is naturally indispensable as the people of the martial arts temple as the host. And Lingtian also changed into a team this time, returned to the team of Shandao Royal College team, and entered the team's rest area to settle together according to the rules of the Soul Master contest. The first 4 seed teams are short, so Lingtian and others do not need to participate in the first round. In this way, you can just look at the strength of other colleges and prepare for the future competition. The finals did not hold a magnificent big scene opening ceremony like the Shandao Empire. And because the finals do not allow civilians to watch. Therefore, the audience at the venue was very poor. Almost only about 1,000 martial arts soul divisions, and everything is simple. After all the participating teams are drawn, a bishop in the Red Temple of Wuhan Temple came to power. After looking at the crowd, he began to announce the opening of the competition. The 4th Pan Mainland Elite Soul Master competition. The finals officially started. Here is me announced that the game is against the list in the rotation list. The first round of the team is the team of Qian Dou Royal College, the Star Luo Royal College Agency team, the Wuhan Temple team, the Lingtian Temple team. Next, announce the first round of match list. Strack College against the Blazing Fire School. The Blazing Fire College abandoned the Strack College to advance. Shenfeng College against Dragon Aoi College. After the Bishop of the Red Clothing announced the battle information of all teams, the game was officially started with the referee commanded by Wuhan Temple specially selected. The team's strength in the first round of the game was not strong, and Lingtian talked to the sky with the Emperor's team. Because they don't need to play today, their atmosphere is very active. Because there is a big gap in the strength of the two teams in the first game. The first game of everyone chatting and playing soon ended quickly. The two teams who played in the second game soon also appeared on the competition. It is the Shenfeng College from the Heavenly Dao Empire. It is no stranger to all the teams of the Qian Dou Empire of Shenfeng College. But when they saw the contestants of the Kamika College, they surprised all the teams, because in Shenfeng College's appearance lineup, 4 people have changed. And these 4 people turned out to be the Blackfire Academy that had just been abstained. Because the Star of the Star Empire did not know the original contestants of the Shenfeng College, there was no special response to this, but the entire Heavenly Dao Empire was completely exploded. You should know that the new Shenfeng Academy is now, and the 7 people who play can be clear all the soul sects above 40 or higher. 7 soul sects have exceeded 80% of the teams. Even if it is the Qian Dou Royal College team, this time, if it is not a spiritual joining, it is really not necessarily the 5 soul sects lineup. Opponent. Looking at the Shenfeng Academy on the field, Yu Xianheng frowned slightly and said, "What's going on? How did the players of the Blackfire Academy join the Shenfeng College? I said that it was difficult to reach the finals. How could the Behuo Academy abstain? It turned out to be waiting here." Yu Feng holds his chest with his chest. Meng Shenji browed up and looked at the college teacher on the side. "Yes, Lin." Qi responded, and he got up and went to the organizing committee to ask. At this moment, Lingtian said slowly, "Teacher Dream, don't ask." As soon as the words fell, everyone turned his head to look at Lingtian. "Go. Ling, don't worry. If such a thing happens, the competition organizing committee will definitely give us an explanation." Meng Shenji said, "There is a problem here. We must ask a clear." Yu Feng attached to the road. Lingtian shook his head and said, "You misunderstood the teacher, and the Kamika College has not violated the rules. Isn't it that the participating college can't change the personnel in the middle?" Yu Xianheng looked at Lingtian and asked with doubt. Lingtian looked at the people of the Shenfeng College on the competition, explaining, "They should be the empty. The participating college cannot be replaced midway, but this does not mean college. There is no explicit regulation. Because the students of the fire dance are on the list of the finals of the finals, so as long as the martial arts temple that can be obtained, it is not impossible for them to change the door." Yu Feng rode. "Can we do this?" Lingtian shook his head and said, "It's late. Now the game has begun, and the team's participation in the final quota of the finals has been determined. And after the competition, it is no longer possible to change the college. And even if we want to add members, which college will give up the ranking of ourselves in the finals? What's more, it is not necessary to change the team personnel to the team. We have all worn together for a while, and we are familiar with each other's soul skills. Everyone is indispensable. Even if it is now added a soul sect, the overall strength to our overall will not improve much." Dream Shenji nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Guling said right. The Soul Division group competition pays more attention to the cooperation and tacit understanding between the soul divisions, and cannot blindly enhance the strength of the soul teacher's personal soul. In fact, the phrase of the Dream God Machine is not absolute. If you encounter a strong soul teacher like Lingtian, the influence of the tacit understanding between the team can be ignored. Level 50 sulking, as long as it is not a problem with thoughts, it will definitely put its income team. Just as everyone discussed, the battle on the ring was over. The strength of the Shenfeng College is not the same as before. Although it is slightly insufficient in cooperation, the 7 players are more than 40 levels of soul sects. The Dragonflower College of the Star Luo Empire opposite the arms has 5 more soul sects in terms of hard power. It is absolutely crushing. Feng's Ocean did not even use the creation of the soul, and the Shenfeng Academy easily advanced to the second round point regarding the combination of Shenfeng College and the Blatchfire College to become a team. Many colleges on the Qian Dou Empire propose the same protest, but they first realize the toughness of the Wuhan Temple for the first time. There is only one sentence in the final answer of Wuhan Temple: I don't want to participate, I can exit. The organizing committee is absolutely fair. The official of the Dou Empire, that is, Qian Renxue, did not come forward. Because of this, after all, the Shenfeng Academy after the growth still belongs to the Heavenly Fighting Empire. If they can get good results, there is nothing bad for the Qian Dou Empire. Then for this trivial matter, they must not take the initiative to offend the martial arts hall. In this way, the first round of the game soon ended, and after a day of rest, it also ushered in the second round of the game. This round of the round is the 2 college teams that won the first place in the 2 major empires, and the Qian Dou Royal College team will also usher in their first opponent. I don't know if the schedule of the Wuhan Temple is intentional or unintentional. Most of the teams in these 2 rounds are the Battle Empire against the Star and Aldo Empire, and there will be few civil war between the colleges. The opponent of the Royal College of Qian Dou is the Luolei College from the Star Luo Empire. There is still an hour from the beginning of the game. Dreams and God looked around everyone and said, this is the first game of our Royal College of Qian Dou. There are 3 soul sects on the opposite side of the Lael College, but I still hope that you can win and win it. Chapter 214. A good start. The first battle of Qian Dou Royal Academy. Everyone looked at each other and said with high morale, yes, Meng. Shenji stroked his beard with satisfaction and continued, although we talk about showing the style of our academy, we still have to hide some of our strength in order to record the game. In this game, 1 Hui will replace Gu. Ling goes out to fight Yufeng, Xiemo, Shikuan, and Du Guyan. The 4 of you try not to expose your 4th soul skill. Lingling is always ready to treat. As for Xianheng, your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is too obvious, so you don't need to hide your strength and go all out. Let me win this game neatly. Do you have confidence? Have everyone said in unison. The first game of the second round is about to begin. Please come to the stage. Just when Meng Shenji was arranging tactics, the referee's voice suddenly resounded throughout the stadium, arousing the enthusiasm of the audience. After taking one last look at everyone, Meng Shenji said, okay, get ready to play. At the same time, Lingtian walked up to the crowd, stretched out his left fist, looked around the crowd, and said, come on, I'm here waiting for the news of your victory. You. Xianheng looked at each other and smiled, stretched out his left fist, and touched it lightly. When the other members of the Imperial fighting team saw this scene, they all walked up to Lingtian and touched him lightly with their extended fists. Seeing this scene, Meng Shenji also became interested, narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke, Qian Dou Royal Academy team must win. After Lingtian and others looked at each other, they shouted out almost at the same time. Immediately, Xianheng led 7 people into the competition channel and set off towards the first victory of Qian Dou Royal Academy. On the other side of the competition stage, the same group of 7 people slowly walked up. Their team configuration was 4 men and 3 women, but with the confident Xianheng and others, there was a touch of bitterness on their faces. They still know about the Qian Dou Royal Academy team. This is a seed team like their Star Luo Royal Academy team. According to the information of their Star Luo Empire, there are at least 5 soul sects in it. But they only have 3 soul sects. I finally won the first round, but I didn't expect to meet the candidates of the championship team in the second round. At the same time, the referee came to the center of the 2 teams and said loudly, prepare for the game. You can release your martial arts. The rules of the game are as before. The loser will be eliminated directly, and the winner will advance. Qian Dou Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy vs. Luolei Advanced Soul Master Academy. Prepare. As the referee finished speaking, Xianheng and others released their martial spirits together. The 2 brothers Shikuan and Shizi stood at the front of the team. With a roar, the 2 of them moved to the left and right. Earthy yellow light rose from their feet, revealing solid muscles like granite. At the same time, they condensed their soul power behind them to form a huge dark yellow tortoise shell appeared, and at the same time 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, appeared under his feet. Yu Xianheng stood behind the 2 brothers, his arms turned into dragon claws, his sharp eyes full of war. Blue and purple arcs of electricity on his body kept jumping, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, emerged on his body. 1 Hui's body is slightly bent forward, like a lion ready to pounce at any time, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerging from his body point, and behind 1 Hui, a green color appeared, and Du Guyan had a diamond-shaped green scale between his eyebrows. His body was swinging back and forth, as if he were weak and boneless, exuding a powerful aura. He also had 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple emerge on his body. Yilingling, the stone auxiliary soul master at the back of the team, was dragging a pink and white begonia flower with both hands. She exuded a holy aura, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged. As for Yufeng, his arms turned into wings and he soared in the air, paying attention to the soul masters at Luolei Academy opposite. At the same time, the soul masters from Luolei Academy also released their soul rings. The tall captain of Luolei Academy stood at the front. As his muscles bulged, his hands turned into a pair of bear claws. At the same time, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, flashed behind him. The 2 female soul masters on his left and right also released their martial souls, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, also appeared. To be able to defeat the Soul Master competition finals, their soul rings are basically the best combination. After the only 3 soul masters released their soul rings, the remaining 4 soul masters also released their calls at once, but the overall momentum was still not as good as the Qian Dou Royal Academy team with 5 soul masters. But despite this, Luolei College did not give up. After finally reaching the second round of the finals, they still have to fight, even if they know they are not their opponents. Start. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Yu Xianheng's figure suddenly jumped out. The speed was as fast as a blue-purple lightning, which directly smashed Luolei Academy's formation into pieces. Yufeng also seized the opportunity to attack the unguarded auxiliary soul master on the opposite side. By the time the opponent's captain reacted, his side's auxiliary soul master had already been sent out of the competition venue. In less than half a minute, Team Luolei lost 1 member, but it's just the beginning. Yu Xianheng, who did not need to hide his strength, was like a god of war controlling thunder and lightning under the blessing of the thunder and lightning. The Thunder Dragon claws tore apart the silver shield of the opposing Soul Master's defense. Then, with the cooperation of his teammates, all the remaining 5 Soul Masters were eliminated. When all the Soul Masters of Luolei Academy were swept out, the referee presiding over the competition immediately announced loudly, in the 4th match of the second round, the Qian Dou Royal Academy team won, and advanced to the next round. It took less than 5 minutes in total, and the Qian Dou Royal Academy team's first battle was overwhelming from beginning to end. Yu Xianheng didn't even use the 4th soul skill point. Following the referee's announcement, the atmosphere in the stadium paused briefly, and then erupted into unparalleled cheers. Yu Xianheng and others walked off the stage amidst the cheers of the audience. Seeing Lingtian and Meng Shenji standing in the rest area waiting for everyone, Yu Xianheng walked quickly to the 2 of them, raised his hand to high-five Lingtian, and said excitedly, "We have advanced." Lingtian smiled slightly and said, "Well, good job. Our opponent this time is so weak." "What do you mean by a weak opponent?" "It's obviously because we are too strong." "Did you see the phoenix wings I just used?" "I just slapped the auxiliary soul master on the opposite side away." While everyone was discussing the battle with great interest, Meng Shenji pressed his hands to signal everyone to quiet down. "Everyone did a good job in this game. They showed the true qualities of our academy without revealing too much strength. This is undoubtedly good news for our subsequent games." The conversation changed and Meng Shenji said seriously, "But we still can't relax. The opponents we will encounter in the 3rd round will definitely not be as easy as today. Don't be dazzled by the temporary victory, and don't forget us. The goal this time is to win the championship." Meng Shenji's hesitant words were a blow to the head. causing everyone who was still immersed in the joy of victory to wake up instantly. Our goal is to win the championship. Lingtian looked around the crowd and reminded Yu Xianheng nodded. His eyes regained determination and said seriously, the champion must belong to our Qian Dou Royal Academy. Champion. The expressions of the other people also regained their composure and nodded firmly. Time passed quickly and the first 2 rounds of competition were all over. There were originally 34 teams participating, but now there are only 11 teams left. The third round of the competition is about to begin. Kamikaze Academy and the second ranked academy in the Star Luo Empire promotion competition will have a bye in this round. Shrek Academy still faces the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire as in the original work. However, because the Qian Dou Royal Academy has an additional Killing Palace team, its opponent has changed from the Wuhan Palace Advanced Soul Master Academy in the original book to the Thunder Soul Master Academy, which also belongs to the Qian Dou Empire. It is the academy led by Yu Xiangxin, the brother of Yu Xianheng. I have to say that Thunder Academy is very lucky. In the first round, they met the Alien Beast Academy, which also belonged to the Qian Dou Empire. The huge gap in strength allowed them to easily win the first round. In the second round, they happened to get a bye and were sent directly to the third round. But their journey only ends here. The Qian Dou Royal Academy team crushed the Thunder Academy team in every aspect, and the outcome of this game was already decided before it even started. Game 1, Qian Dou Royal Academy team vs Thunder Academy team. The second game of the game, Shrek Academy team vs Star Luo Royal Academy team. The third game of the game, Lingtian Palace Soul Master team vs a senior Soul Master Academy team from the Star Luo Empire. Game 4, the Wuhandian Advanced Soul Master Academy team vs the Qianshu Academy team. And a Lucky Boy Academy in the Star Luo Empire that had a bye. Soon, the first game officially started. 14 Spirit Masters from the 2 teams stepped onto the competition stage one after another. Because I know the Thunder Academy very well, I still played yesterday's Linoop. The team that cannot be encountered is too weak, so Meng Shenji will of course have to save his strength for the next battle. The final result was not unexpected. Thunder Academy was no match for Qian Dou Royal Academy. After Captain Yu Xiangxin was defeated by Yu Xianheng, the remaining Soul Masters of Thunder Academy also fell 1 by 1 point in the end. Qian Dou Royal Academy won. However, Yu Xianheng and others were not too happy. They quickly returned to the rest area to watch the next game. Shrek Academy team vs Star Luo Royal Academy team. The strength of both teams is not weak. Shrek Academy's ability to pass through all the opponents is extraordinary, and the Star Luo Royal Academy team has always been their strong rival to the Qian Dou Royal Academy. Therefore, everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy is paying great attention to this game. Please invite the teams from Shrek Academy and Qian Dou Royal Academy to the stage. The game is about to begin. Following the referee's order, the contestants from Shrek Academy stepped onto the competition stage from the left. Chapter 215. Do you value Lingtian Hall? Shrek Academy also pays special attention to the Star Luo Royal Academy team this time. At the same time, the 2 auxiliary soul masters who had been hiding, Ningrangrang and Oscar, also returned to the team at this time, replacing the other 2. Since the start of the Soul Master competition, it is the first time that the Shrek 7 monsters have participated in the battle together after seeing the complete team of Shrek Academy. Except for the Qian Dou Royal Academy that they had fought against before, the eyes of the remaining teams from the Qian Dou Empire could not help but freeze for a moment. Because Ningrangrang and Oscar appeared in the game for the first time so far, these teams couldn't help but speculate about their identities, wondering whether they might be the hidden masters of Shrek Academy, so they had been holding back until now. At the same time, 7 people from Star Luo Royal Academy also appeared on the stage from the other side of the ring. Among them, there was a man and a woman standing in the middle of the queue, whose appearance was very similar to that of Damu Bei and Zhu Zuking. As soon as the 2 parties met, they were at war with each other. Damu Bei and Avis, Zhu Zuking and Zhu Zuan. When brothers and sisters meet again in the arena of the Soul Master competition, it is natural that there will be an in-depth exchange of words about brothers. friends, brothers, respect and sisterly love. When the two sides were having a verbal spat, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. In addition, the spectators were all soul masters with good hearing, so they all heard the entire conversation on the ring point. When they heard that ZHU Zhu King was less than 15 years old, all the soul masters watching the game couldn't help but burst into an uproar. In comparison, everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy was much calmer. What about a soul sect who is less than 15 years old? There is also a Soul King who is less than 15 years old in their team. As the referee walked to the center of the ring, the friendly exchanges between the two sides finally stopped. Prepare for the competition. You can release your martial spirits. The rules of the competition are as before. The loser will be eliminated directly, and the winner will enter the next round. The Shrek Advanced Soul Master Academy team will face the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Preparation. As soon as he finished speaking, all 14 Soul Masters on the field released their respective martial souls. Star Luo Royal Academy is worthy of being a seed team, and the number of soul sects on the field has reached 6. Coupled with the existence of martial soul fusion skills, their current strength is only stronger than that of Shenfeng Academy, which has 7 soul sects after reorganization point. But just when Davis was full of confidence, he was shocked by the soul rings of the Shrek 7 monsters. The 7 people who appeared in the group were all perfectly equipped for ring soul sects, and among them, Tang San's 4th spirit ring was a dark 10,000-year-old spirit ring. The Shrek Academy team, which had not played in the first 2 rounds of the finals, actually had 7 soul sects with level 40 or above attached to the 7 best soul rings. In just an instant, the pressure on the soul ring greatly reduced the previous momentum of the Star Luo Empire point. When the audience saw this scene, they shouted excitedly, "This is definitely the most exciting game since the opening of the finals, and the collision between the strong and the strong is even more eye-catching." Point at this moment, the rest area of Qian Dou Royal Academy, who do you think can win? Yu Feng asked. Qianmo thought for a while and said, "I feel that crossing Luo is more likely." Yu Feng nodded, looked at Yu Xianheng and asked, "Well, I'm the same. What do you think, boss?" Go. Ling, what do you think? Yu Xianheng did not answer in a hurry, but looked at Lingtian, who was wearing a mask. Strack College. Lingtian said, "Strack College." Yu Xianheng frowned slightly. Meng Shenji glanced at everyone and reminded, "Well, watch the game quietly, wait for the end of the game." Yes, everyone nodded and shifted their eyes to the competition. At the same time, the referee on the field looked at the teams of both sides and said, "The start of the game." As soon as the words fell, the two sides fought fiercely. Davis and ZHU have not reserved the slightest, and directly show the martial arts fusion technology into a huge ghost white tiger, and because of the relationship between ZHU Zhu King and Dame Yu Bei, the Slack College did not have the matchmaker martial arts. However, the master had expected this. Under the full operation of Ningrangrong, the Jiu Bei Oliuli Tower still resisted the previous round of attacks, taking advantage of the opportunity of the crowd of the Star Luo Royal College. The dark 4th soul ring of Tang San's body flashed quietly. The tough blue and silver grasses of the trunk broke the ground from the halo, and all the Star Luo team who, except Davis ZHU Zuan, topped the air. The tremor of the blue and silver grass made them dizzy in a short period of time. Then although the dizziness time is less than a second, 1 second in the game is enough to determine the victory of the game. The fact is exactly the case. In Tang San, Mahangjan, Dame Yu Bei's 3-person attack directly hit the Star Luo team, who was dizzy and flew out of the ring. And the remaining Davis and ZHU Zuan double fist are difficult to fight for 4 hands in the end. The soul power consumed the empty end of the martial arts integration and was hit by Dame Yu Bei and ZHU Zhu King at the same time. Slack College won. In the rest area, I didn't expect Slack to win. I felt that these guys were stronger than last time. Yu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yu Feng, don't have the ambition of others. Destroy your own prestige. Graphite patted Yu Feng's shoulder. Lingtian, did not integrate into everyone's discussions, but put his eyes on the competition point in the third game. It was finally time when the kill hole appeared point. Because of the rules of the Soul Master contest, as the first round of the C team to kill the hole, the second game happened to be a team that was drawn in the blank visa, and it was directly guaranteed to the third game of the game point, so they are the same as Strek College. Until now they are their first round of battles. Because of this, many soul divisions are paying attention to the team of killing the temple point, want to see how much surprise can they bring to them for the first appearance of the seedlings. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help squinting slightly. Go. Ling, do you think of Lingsha Temple? Yu Xianheng on the side also noticed the change of Lingtian and asked, Lingtian slightly pushed the head and said, I have a strong hunch, and it should be the same enemy as Wuhan Temple, Shrek College. Yu Xianheng watched this spirit in surprise and said, do you value this team so much? Well, Lingtian said seriously, Ling Sha Temple. When Yu Feng and others heard Lingtian's evaluation, they couldn't help but pay a little attention to Lingsha Temple point. The soul divisions of other colleges under the field are also looking forward to this game point. Finally, after a hour passed, the killing hall had also boarded the ring point. Each of them wore a red robe as bright as blood, embroidered with the 5-color killing order of the Lingsha Palace, and had a blood-colored hood on their head, making it difficult to see their true appearance. Point opposite the Soul Master of the Killing Palace, 7 Soul Masters also came over. They were a representative team of Soul Masters from the Star Luo Empire. Point when the two teams met, there was no quarrel, and no one even spoke. The referee came to the center of the two teams and said loudly, get ready for the game. You can release your martial arts. When the referee finished speaking, Ling Shadian and others released their martial spirits together. The 7 Soul Masters who represented the Lingsha Palace Soul Master team all had 4 brilliant soul rings on their bodies. They were actually a team composed of all soul sects. Moreover, the soul rings are all 2 yellow and 2 purple, perfect configuration. Seeing this scene, the captain of the Soul Master Academy in the opposite Star Luo Empire, thinking of the only 4 Soul Masters on his side, approached and turned his head to look at the team leader on the edge of the ring, his expression extremely ugly. 7 Big 4, how can we fight like this? Seeing this, the leader of the academy seemed to have heard the captain's silent accusation and sighed helplessly. He knew that his students had no intention of continuing to fight. But he doesn't blame the kids. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he were to lead a team with only 4 soul sects, but had to face a team with all soul sects and their soul rings perfectly equipped, he would probably lose the fighting spirit just like this kid. Right, after all, the gap in hard power is too big, so the leader of the Star Luo Empire Academy thought carefully for a while, then stepped forward and shouted to the referee on the ring, wait a minute, we choose to admit defeat. He thought clearly. Rather than letting a few of your students be swept away as backdrops, it would be better to take the initiative to admit defeat. This would at least make the academy look better, although continuing to fight can earn him a name that is not afraid of strong enemies. It is definitely a bad experience for these students psychologically. He does not want to ruin the future of their college for a game he knows he will lose. Upon hearing this, the students in the academy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Before the referee could announce the winner, they consciously withdrew their martial arts spirits, indicating that they and others had completely given up on the competition. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. But after thinking about it, they understood the reason. There is no chance of winning this game, so it would be a wise move to abandon the game directly. The referees who presided over the game also saw several teams that knew they were losing and abstained, so they quickly came to their senses, nodded, and announced loudly, the first game of the second round, Lingsha Palace Soul Master Team win. After hearing the referee announce that the game was over, everyone in the kill hall glanced at them with boredom, then took their martial arts spirits and walked off the ring and back to the rest area. Lingtian, who was in the rest area, shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to see the strength of the Lingsha Palace team, but he didn't expect that the Star Luo Empire team would give up the game directly. Since one of the teams forfeited the match, the final match started soon. Qian Renxue College has no ability to resist in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 216. With the old man here, there will never be an accident. The Wuhandian Academy team easily won the 4th game and successfully advanced to the 4th round. The 3rd day of competition also ended, and there were only 7 teams left participating in the competition. 3 of the academies come from the Qian Dou Empire, the Qian Dou Royal Academy team, the Shrek Academy team and the reorganized Kamikaze Academy team. The 2 academies are from the Star Luo Empire. As well as the Wuhandian Academy team and the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team. Except for the 2 lucky teams from the Star Luo Empire, the other 5 teams are all unprecedentedly powerful. Meng Shenji is also working hard to formulate tactics, but no one knows how much other teams are hiding, so now they can only use their own team's strength to its full potential. After a simple day's rest, the finals ushered in the 4th round, which will determine the final top 4 in this competition. After drawing lots, the colleges for the 4th round were decided. I don't know if Wuhandian did this intentionally, but the Wuhandian Academy team got a bye in this round and was given a direct walk to get one of the top 4 seats in the semi-finals. Game 1, the Qian Dou Royal Academy team versus one of the Star Luo Empire teams. The 2nd game, the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team also faced off against another Star Luo Empire team. The last game was between Shrek Academy and the reorganized Kamikaze Academy. Meng Shenji is still very satisfied with the grouping of the 4th round. Against such a weak team, you don't have to expose your strength, and you can still have a trump card for the subsequent semi-finals and finals. Some are happy, some are sad. Flanders was quite dissatisfied with this grouping. However, the game still had to be played, and they had no choice but to accept the result against Kamikaze Academy. The first 2 rounds of competition ended soon, and the results were as expected. The strength of the Qian Dou Royal Academy team and the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team is completely unmatched by those 2 teams. They easily won the 4th round and also locked in the top 4 seats. Now, the focus of everyone's attention comes to the 3rd game. Shrek Academy vs Kamikaze Academy. Is the reorganized Kamikaze Academy avenging its past humiliation and taking over Shrek Academy, or will Shrek Academy fight to the end and win the last seat in the semi-finals as a team with a history of grievances in the Qian Dou Empire? And with a total of 14 members of the 2 teams being soul sects, this game attracted everyone's attention before it even started. A quarter of an hour later, the 3rd game started on time. At this time, a total of 14 soul sects from both teams had already boarded the competition stage. Huo Washan looked at Tang-san across from him and said with emotion, "Tang-san, I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. It's the same if we meet there. You are no match for us." Tang-san said calmly, as if he was stating a fact. When Huo heard this, his temper suddenly rose. He raised his brows and said angrily, "Tang-san, don't underestimate us. Our strength is no longer what it used to be, Ma." Hangjin curled his lips and said, "TSK, if we can beat you once, we can beat you a second time." Huo glared at Ma Hangjin. She had never been looked down upon by anyone before. Huo, don't be angry, Feng. Chiangxiao stretched out his hand to stop the furious Huo, looked at Tang-san and others, and said in a deep voice, "It's useless to talk more. We'd better see the truth behind the scenes. Just what I want." Tang-san nodded. Now the smell of gunpowder in the double reverse situation has become strong. As the referee, the cardinal obviously knows how to control the situation. At this time, he announced the start of the game. Feng Xiaoshan immediately stepped in front of Huo and blocked her behind him. The flames that instantly burst out from Huo seemed to be his background. The other team members also released their own under the leadership of Huo Washan. Wuhan. However, Shrek Academy's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. They did not form a fighting formation as usual. Instead, as soon as the referee announced the start, they quickly retreated and formed a circle. There are 2 people in the innermost part of the circle. Ningrangrang and Oscar. The 5 people outside began to swim around them quickly. Among the 7 people, no one was the first to release their martial arts at this time, but strong soul power fluctuations filled the 7 people, moving towards them crazily. The center condenses in the rest area of Qian Dou Royal Academy. Yu Xianheng frowned when he saw this scene and said, "Shrek Academy, what are you doing? It looks like it should be a fusion skill." Lingtian pondered for a moment and said slowly. Yu Xianheng's pupils suddenly shrank and he lost his voice. Martial soul fusion technique. Lingtian shook his head and said, there is a difference between fusion skills and martial soul fusion skills. Compared with martial soul fusion skills, they only need to bring everyone's soul power together, instead of fusing 7 people's martial souls into one body. Fusion technology. After listening to Lingtian's explanation, Yu Xianheng still felt incredible in his eyes. Not only Yu Xianheng, but also the other soul masters watching the battle. Ning Fengzi and Qian Renxue's eyes were also filled with shock at this moment. You must know that Shrek Academy is not like the 7 students of Kanghu Academy whose martial souls are of the same type. Each of their martial souls is different and focuses on different directions. That 7 people with completely different martial spirits can actually perform 7-in-1 fusion skills is simply unheard of, and makes people find it unbelievable and unbelievable. When Ningrangrang's 9-color light connected everyone on the field, this 7-in-1 fusion skill was completed. Naturally, Feng Xiaoshan on the opposite side would not sit still and wait for death. He could tell at a glance that Ningrangrang was the core of this fusion technique. As long as she was eliminated, the fusion technique would be self-defeating. He immediately turned his arms into wings and rushed towards Ningrangrang with the force of the wind. At the same time, a white light bloomed from Huo Wu and merged into Feng Xiaoshan's body. The next moment, a strange set of incandescent armor suddenly appeared on his body, covering his body and his sharp wind wings. This is a fusion technique developed by Huo Wu and Feng Xiaoshan after joining Shenfeng Academy. Although their fusion cannot be as powerful as the martial soul fusion skill, but the fusion is not just the 2 of them, but also the 2 auxiliary soul masters behind Huo Wu. The power of the 4 people is concentrated on Feng Xiaoshan in one person. His offensive and defensive capabilities are undoubtedly enhanced to the extreme. It has the same effect as the 7-in-1 fusion technique of Tang San and others opposite. It's just that one gathers the power of 7 people and the other gathers the power of 4 people. Feng Xiaoshan's speed increased again, turning into a beam of incandescent light and rushing towards Shrek Academy. And Tang San once again held the clear sky hammer in his palm. Bang. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes collided with the clear sky hammer again. The black Haotian hammer and the white hot Feng Xiaoshan collided with each other in midair, and the ear-piercing shattering sound spread throughout Wuhan City. Without any suspense. With a scream, Feng Xiaoshan completely lost his fighting ability. Seeing this scene, all the soul masters in Shenfeng Academy were stunned. They had no idea that Feng Xiaoshan, the absolute main force they had placed high hopes on, could not even receive a blow from Tang San, and was defeated in an instant. Without Feng Xiaoshan, there is no suspense in this game. But they really can't understand why this happens. Although the Divine Wind Academy had not given up after losing Feng Xiaohao, when Tang San gathered everyone's soul power and used the weapon Spirit Avatar, the clear sky hammer struck the Divine Wind Academy and all of them were thrown off the ring. In the 3rd game of the 4th round, Shrek Academy won. At this point, all the top 4 finalists of the Soul Master competition have been announced. They are Wuhandian Academy Team, Qian Dou Royal Academy Team, Lingtian Palace Team, and Shrek Academy Team. Tomorrow's finals and semi-finals will be held at the Papal Palace. After dinner, the students from Qian Dou Royal Academy return to their rooms to rest. In the next semi-finals, every opponent is not easy. The opponent for tomorrow's game will not be decided until the draw before the game. Therefore, Meng Shenji has no other tactical arrangements and just wants them to have a good rest so that they can go all out tomorrow. Because no matter who you face, it is always right to stay in your best condition. Lingtian was about to start meditating when there was a knock on the door. Who? Lingtian put on his mask and asked vigilantly. Chenzi had just left the room. Who would come to his room at this time? It's me. The gentle voice told Lingtian the answer. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Opening the door, Lingtian saw Qian Renxue with a smile on his face. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue winked. Your Highness, please. Lingtian instantly understood what Qian Renxue meant, glanced behind him, showed a knowing smile, and then opened the 2 doors at the same time. Crunch. When the door closed, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the room. Lingtian smiled slightly cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Ning, teacher, Xiaoshan, the Soul Master competition is about to end. When are you going to take action against them?" Ning Fengzi nodded and then asked in a deep voice, "Let's wait for the game to end. If nothing happens, I will take the initiative to expose myself in the finals. After leaving Wuhan City, I will attract the master of the Killing Palace to take action against me. When I get there, it will be you and Uncle Ning, teacher, who will cooperate with me. If the seniors from Snow Palace here work together, they will definitely be able to keep him." After a moment of pause, Lingtian changed the topic and said, "But if he suddenly takes action during the competition, he will have to ask Uncle Ning and the teacher. Don't worry, Xiaoshan. With me and Fengzi here, no accident will happen." Shenzhen said in a deep voice. Shenzhen then hurriedly left with Ning Fengzi. After explaining a few words soon, only Lingtian and Qian Renxue were left in the room. Although Zuking's gentle and elegant temperament makes people very comfortable, after seeing Qian Renxue's true appearance and seeing her disguised as Zuking, I feel a little weird in my heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Xiaoshan, have you noticed any changes in me? He saw Qian Renxue's beauty more than this man's face. There are only two of us left. Sister Zua doesn't have to keep up like this anymore, right? Lingtian said with a smile. You Qian. Renxue smiled, then passed her bare hands across her face. As if a veil had been lifted from reality, she turned back into the peerless beauty with world-famous looks, wearing a golden palace dress. It is elegant, but has a bit of a worldly temperament. The wide skirt meanders behind her, elegant and luxurious. Her smooth and bright blonde hair is simply tied into a fairy bun, and a few full and round pearls are randomly decorated in her hair, making dark cloud-like hair more soft, shiny, and moist. The beautiful eyes are full of brilliance as they look forward, and there is a light smile on the red lips. Beautiful. Lingtian couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded. The two had only met once a few days ago. But now he felt that Qian Renxue's temperament was even more extraordinary. It's like a fairy falling into the mortal world. Mysterious, noble, holy. Xiaoshan, have you noticed any changes in my body? Qian Renxue asked with a bright smile, stroking the black hair beside her ears. Well, Lingtian surrounded Qian Renxue in a large circle up and down. When his eyes stayed in front of Qian Renxue, Lingtian's expression gradually began to look strange. Could it be this is here? After hesitating for a moment, Lingtian made two gestures in front of him and finally asked tentatively, "Is this place getting bigger?" Qian Renxue was stunned for a moment, and her eyes began to move downward. When she saw Yu's chest, she instantly understood the meaning of her words. Her delicate little face immediately turned red, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lingtian with shame and annoyance. "Die, you little bastard." Qian Renxue bit her silver teeth, raised her jade leg, and kicked someone towards him. What is this little bastard thinking about every day? Can you be more normal? Hide. Lingtian, who was already on guard, held the table with his right hand and turned to the left, just to avoid Qian Renxue's kick. After pulling away a safe distance, Lingtian spread his hands and said innocently, "Sister Zua, it was you who let me. I said so. You little bastard, come here." "I don't." Lingtian's head shook from side to side, like a rattle. Joke. If this time passes, won't the old man hang himself and seek death? Little bastard. Wait. Seeing that Lingtian was still pretending to be innocent, Qian Renxue was even more furious. Immediately, the soul power of the 70th Soul Saint level surged around the body, and a pair of slender jade legs appeared behind Lingtian with a single step. And what I said is true. It took me a long time to find it. Lingtian, who hadn't noticed yet, was explaining to Qian Renxue, but little did he know that a pair of dexterous jade hands had already grabbed his ears. Lingtian's words stopped abruptly, and he turned his head with an embarrassed look. Qian Renxue glared with beautiful eyes and said in a bad tone, "Say it. Why don't you say it?" Lingtian saw that something was not going well and quickly begged Qian Renxue for mercy. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian and said with a half smile, Do you know you were wrong now? It's too late. Ouch. Sister Zua, please be gentle. Your waist is about to break. Ah, wait. Let go of your ears. Your ears are about to break. Don't. Stop. It hurts. After a quarter of an hour, the room finally became quiet. Sanctioned again. Someone relied on his 70 level soul power to attack a 50 level little soul king. Just wait. When his soul power counterattacks, he must find an opportunity to deal with Qian Renxue as well. But for now, let's start with the obscene development. Qian Renxue wiped the sweat on her head, looked at Lingtian fiercely, and said, I'll give you one last chance, if you still can't see. Haha, can you give me a hint? Lingtian rubbed his waist and asked, what do you think? Qian Renxue crushed the teacup and gave Lingtian a cold look, then, forget it. Seeing Qian Renxue being so serious, Lingtian stopped joking and calmed down to observe seriously. After a while, he really noticed the difference. It's the angel mark on his forehead? Lingtian asked. Qian Renxue's cold expression instantly dissipated. She smiled brightly and said softly, I'm just like you now. I returned to the Douluo palace a few days ago, and with the help of my grandfather, I successfully obtained the inheritance of the god of angels. I can stay with you from now on. Qian Renxue raised her head and looked at Lingtian with a bright smile. Those eyes that were as bright as stars were filled with the figure of Lingtian reflected inside them at this moment. Ice god inheritance. The mysterious title Douluo. Lingtian palace, killing palace, snow palace. These sudden changes made Qian Renxue feel crisis in her heart for the first time. Qian Renxue is very aware of Lingtian's ability. She was worried that she would not be able to keep up with Lingtian in the future, and could only hide behind Xiaoshan and watch him fight alone, and even become a burden to Xiaoshan. Qian Renxue, who had always been proud, could not accept this. That's why Qian Renxue smiled with relief after receiving the inheritance from the god of angels. Yes, we will be together. Lingtian understood what Qian Renxue meant, smiled gently, and said, I also want to congratulate Sister Zua for taking the most critical step on the road to becoming a god. It's all thanks to your elixir, otherwise Grandpa wouldn't have let me try to accept the inheritance. Qian Renxue smiled and said softly, elixirs only play a supporting role, and the inheritance of gods mainly relies on talent. Lingtian took the opportunity to hold the pair of catkins and asked curiously, by the way, Sister Zua, what is the first test of your god assessment? Let me be promoted to Contra within 3 years. Qian Renxue frowned slightly and said with some worry. Although she had a good talk with Qian Douluo in the Douluo palace, in fact she was not sure whether she could be promoted to a title Douluo within 3 years or less. 3 years to Contra. After Lingtian thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Sister Zua still remembers the inner elixir of the 10-headed blazing sun snake, right? Remember, didn't you say it could be used as a soul ring? Qian Renxue nodded slightly and asked in confusion. Lingtian explained, I used to think that Sister Zua's soul power should be around the Soul Emperor, so I thought it would be just right to use that inner elixir as your 7th soul ring. But now you have broken through the Soul Saint and obtained it. According to the inheritance of the gods, this inner elixir is no longer suitable as your soul ring. Then, how do you plan to use this inner elixir? Qian Renxue asked. Alchemy, that's right, it's alchemy. Lingtian smiled mysteriously and explained, the energy contained in this inner elixir is very strong. If you use it directly without a soul ring, even your soul saint level strength will not be able to do it. So my solution is to make elixirs through my technique. I evenly instill the energy in one inner elixir into multiple elixirs, and then combine it with some herbs with mild properties to control the energy in these elixirs within the range you can accept. With these elixirs, we will definitely be able to break through Contra within 3 years or less. Decomposing the inner elixir should be dangerous, right? Qian Renxue stared at Lingtian with her beautiful eyes and said suddenly, she cares more about Lingtian's safety than improving her soul power. Lingtian smiled gently, patted Qian Renxue's jade hand, and said, Sister Zua, don't worry, I won't say anything if I'm not sure. Qian Renxue thought for a while and said, let's talk about it later. Yeah. Lingtian nodded and responded, okay, Xiaoshan, it's time for me to leave. Qian Renxue walked up to Lingtian, and while helping him adjust his collar, she whispered, I'm telling you one last time, you must pay attention to safety in tomorrow's game. The remaining 3 teams are not easy. I only ask you can protect yourself, you know, don't worry, I will be careful. Lingtian nodded, stretched out his hand to hold Qian Renxue's catkin, and said with a warm smile, but if I really win the championship, will there be any reward for Sister Zua? What reward do you want? Qian Renxue asked with interest. I think Lingtian came close to Qian Renxue's ear and whispered something. The tips of Qian Renxue's ears turned red, her eyes widened. She punched Lingtian and said, you little bastard, you think about these things every day, then will Sister Zua agree? Lingtian asked, we'll talk about it after you win. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes and took out a pair of jade hands. Lingtian smiled brightly and said, then I will accept it as Sister Zua. HMPH, we have to wait until you win. Qian Renxue sneered, and then without waiting for what Lingtian was saying, she opened the door and left the room. Looking at Qian Renxue's leaving figure, Lingtian's lips curved into a brisk smile. Sister Zua, then. He shook his head and sat back on the bed, letting his thoughts go and sitting cross-legged to continue practicing. On the other side, the papal palace. In a spacious and splendid hall, Bibi Dong was sitting on the Pope's chair in the center, with Douluo and Ghost Douluo standing on her left and right respectively. And below, 7 people from Wuhandian Academy were half kneeling on the ground respectfully. Ziyu Yan is right in front of the team. Ulina, on the other hand, was beheading Bibi Dong. As a disciple of the Pope, she still had certain privileges. Tomorrow's semifinals, Qian Dou Royal Academy and Lingxia Palace. You don't have to worry. The opponent that needs the most attention now is Shrek Academy. Although they have exposed their 7-in-1 fusion skill, there are masters who will not rule them out. There are other methods. But with the absolute overwhelming strength of the 3 Soul Kings, there shouldn't be any problem, as long as you are careful. Bibi Dong said in a calm tone. Yes. Yan and Ziyu saluted respectfully. Ulina on the side also nodded gently and said, disciple understands. The ghost glanced at everyone with cold eyes and said, you should all understand the meaning behind this competition. Our temple has given out 3 10,000-year soul bones as a reward this time, but these soul bones were originally. This is your reward if you lose. Haha, then don't blame me for letting you enter the Lost Grand Canyon again. Chapter 218. The Tangled Bibi Dong, the Grand Opening Ceremony. Hearing this, Ziyu and others couldn't help but shudder. They knew very well that His Majesty Ghost Douluo kept his word. Okay, old man, don't scare these children. Douluo Yuguan chuckled a few times and said, as long as you make good use of your own strength, this game will not be difficult for you. Go down and have a good rest. Yes. After Ziyu and others bowed, they respectfully exited the hall. At Bibi Dong's signal, Ulina also left the Pope's palace with several people from Wuhandian Academy. Bibi Dong's eyes were focused, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Your Majesty, are you worried about that boy from the Haotian sect? Do you want me to directly? The ghost made a singing gesture, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Don't touch Shrek Academy for now. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, according to the intelligence sent back, Tang Hao should be hiding near Shrek Academy. With that guy's strength, you can't resist him alone. I understand. Gui Mei nodded and returned to his original position. Twin Martial Souls Haotian sect, Tang Hao, Tangsun. Xiao Gang, you really gave me a difficult problem. At the same time, Lingxia Palace was stationed. The real 7 main members of the Lingxia Palace team were all half kneeling in front of Zhu Wei with respectful expressions. Zhu Yi looked around at everyone and then said calmly, we don't have to hide our strength in tomorrow's battle. The 4 of you, Zuki, Lingyun, Zuqiu, and Zuku, will go on stage at the same time to let them see the true strength of our Lingxia Palace. Yes, the 4 Zuki people whose names were called had a look of ecstasy in their eyes. After waiting for so long from the beginning of the game to now, the palace master finally agreed to let the 4 of them play at the same time. Time flies by. After a day's rest, We finally came to the semifinals. The competition venue was also moved from Wuhan City to the majestic Pope Palace. The bright sunshine fell on the earth, and under the sunlight, the Pope's palace looked even more magnificent, like a residence of gods. A row of gilt chairs was placed in front of the papal palace. 2 rows of knights guarding the palace line up from the front of the Pope's palace to the bottom of the mountain. Their bright silver armors and thick knight swords make the entire Pope's mountain more majestic. The eliminated teams have all left, and were not even allowed to watch the semi-final battle. Because only the truly young and strong are qualified to set foot on the square in front of the Pope's palace. Early in the morning, the 4 teams that entered the final 4 semi-finals had already appeared in front of the Pope's palace and were waiting quietly. However, teachers from the 4 major colleges and substitute players were not allowed to stand in the square and could only wait outside. A total of 28 players participating in the finals stood quietly in the square, waiting for the final moment to come. The 7 members of the Wuhandian Academy team headed by Ziyu had the most relaxed expressions because their belief is Wuhandian and the Pope. Therefore, they did not have any uncomfortable reaction to the current scene, and their eyes were filled with the light of worship and faith. In their eyes, being able to step into the Pope's palace was already a supreme honor, and Qian Dou Royal Academy finally sent out its real Linu. Lingtian and Yu Qian Heng were the leaders, and the other 5 people lined up behind them. Except for Lingtian, everyone else had more or less solemn expressions on their faces. When the other 3 academies saw Lingtian, one of the 2 leaders, there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Everyone was smart and quickly understood. Lingtian is their hidden trump card. No one expected that in the 4 rounds before the semi-finals, Qian Dou Royal Academy would not come up with a real Linu. Qian Dou Royal Academy, which was originally thought to be the best to deal with, now has an unknown strength. No one knows how strong this masked boy is. When he appears for the first time. There was 1 person in Lingxue Palace in front, and the other 6 people were standing in the back. When one stood there, a strong murderous intention emanated from them. As for Shrek Academy, there were 7 people lined up. From left to right are Damu Bei, Tang San, Oscar, Mahongjin, Zio Wu, Ning Rangrang and Zhu Zuking. The square in front of the Pope's palace is no smaller than the playing surface used during competitions, and is even much larger. The ground of the square is paved with special stones. If you look carefully, you can find that those stones have a faint glistening light. Although they are not real jade, they are by no means comparable to ordinary rocks. This shows how terrifying the financial resources of Wuhan Palace are. A group of people walked out from the side door of the Pope's palace. A total of 12 cardinals, whose status was second only to the Platinum Bishop, slowly walked over. They walked all the way to the door of the Pope's palace, standing on the left and right, with 6 people on each side. The leader shouted, "His Majesty the Pope has arrived. Long live, long live, long live." 3 loud shouts echoed throughout Wuhan City like a landslide and tsunami. That was not only the voice of the orderly guarding knights on the Pope's mountain, but also the shouts of all the soul masters in the entire Wuhan City who were not allowed to approach the Pope's mountain. For them, the Pope is the highest belief. The huge palace door slowly opened, and the emblems on the 2 doors gradually deviated from the track. Everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on the direction of the open door. Even the 7 members of the Wuhandian Academy team's heartbeats are constantly accelerating at this time. Even as the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, they only met the Pope once, when they were awarded the Order of Purple Record. Reo was the calmest Lingtian, and he subconsciously looked towards the door as the atmosphere pushed him. Listening to the deafening shouts in his ears, Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. The authority of the Pope of Wuhan Palace was so high, even compared with the Emperor of Qian Dou Empire. Although it has the blessing of Wuhan City's home court, it is still enough to make people look at it. Step, step, step. The clear footsteps are getting closer and closer. Finally, the main character appears, wearing a golden dress from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown, and holding a scepter in her hand. Bibi Dong took the lead to walk out of the papal palace with a solemn look on her face. There was an illusory feeling about her whole body, as if she was infinitely tall and no one even paid attention to her beautiful face, because at this moment, she only represented the majesty of the Pope of Wuhan Palace. The golden dress fits perfectly, and the dazzling dress sparkles with more than 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The purple gold crown on the head is even more radiant. At this moment, all the light converged on Pope Bibidong. Behind Bibidong, there were 4 people following. 3 of them are wearing bright red dresses, which are different from the all red dresses of cardinals. The red dresses on their bodies are studded with gold and silver patterns, especially the one on their chest that shines with gold and is as big as a baby's fist. The large and small gems are full of luxury. For ordinary people, maybe this dress just symbolizes nobility, but for a soul master, it is the greatest honor. Because only titled Douluo can wear this red dress. Obviously, these 3 people have exactly this identity. Among these 3 people, the one standing in the center is Lingtian's teacher, a 96th level titled Douluo from the Qibao glazed sect, with the title of Sword. Chenzin. He is also known as the Sword Douluo with the strongest attack. Among the other 2 people, the one on the left has an illusory look all over his body. Although he is wearing the same clothes, no one can see his appearance clearly. As for the other one, his skin is as delicate and charming as that of a baby. His appearance gives people a special feeling. If it weren't for the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would think he was a man. His Bibidong's cronies, Ju Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. There are only 3 types of people who can walk out of the main entrance of the papal palace. The first type is, of course, the Pope. The second type is the titled Douluo who proves himself with his strength. The third type is the Elder of Wuhan Palace. Apart from these 3, even the Platinum Bishop and the Emperors of the 2 empires are not qualified to enter or exit this door. The 4th person walking with the 3 titled Douluo obviously did not have the strength of the titled Douluo, but he still walked out of this door, which means that he has another identity, the Elder of Wuhan Palace. To be precise, he is an honorary elder. It is none other than Ning Fengzi, the leader of Qibao glazed sect. Originally, Du Gubo and Shenzi were also qualified to stand here. However, Du Gubo did not participate in this appearance because he had an unhappy relationship with Wu Hundian, but stood silently beside Qian Renxue at the VIP table. Shenzi did not show up because her identity was kept secret. At this moment, in front of the Pope's palace. All the members of Wuhan Palace knelt on one knee at this moment and shouted respectfully, "See His Majesty the Pope." Only 28 students including the Qian Dou Royal Academy team, the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team, and the Shrek Academy team were still standing on the field. Everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy has a good status, so when facing the Pope, they only need to bow and salute to show respect. Everyone in the Shrek Academy and Lingtian Palace teams each had their own reasons. Either his identity is not inferior to Wuhan Palace, or he doesn't care about Wuhan Palace, or he has hatred towards Wuhan Palace, or some other reasons. The atmosphere at the scene was a little subtle for a while. But Bibidong didn't take it to heart. As a pope, he wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. She calmly scanned the people in the audience. When she saw Tang San, Bibidong's eyes paused for a moment. She slightly dug into the scepter in her hand and said softly, "Sit down, all." Those who were kneeling on the ground stood up and respectfully returned to their original positions, but the Pope showed an intriguing smile, especially when his eyes swept over the Shrek Academy Soul Master team. The smile on his lips became more intense. Chapter 219 Semifinals, The Real Strength of Lingxia Hall. Tang Heo's son. Xiaogang's disciple. Should we leave him completely in Wuhan Hall? Although he is Xiaogang's disciple, Tang San is even more the enemy of Wuhan Palace. Being born in the Haotian sect, there is no possibility for him to join the Spirit Hall. Bibidong's eyes returned to calmness, and she said slowly, "I see hope from you. In front of the Pope's palace, I hope to see all your talents and strength. The final winner will receive the biggest reward from the Spirit Palace." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved the scepter in her hand. The next moment, 3 rays of light appeared in front of her, floating in the air. These 3 things are exactly the prizes awarded to the winning team in this competition. 3 soul bones, a right arm bone, a skull and a left leg bone. They are shining with 3 colors of fiery red, light blue and dark green respectively. From the light they emit, it can be seen that these 3 soul bones are definitely not ordinary. Even the onlookers at the foot of the Pope's mountain could clearly see the light emitting from the 3 soul bones. Suddenly, the entire Wuhan city was boiling like never before. The eyes of many of the soul masters flashed with greed, If this place were not in the Pope's palace, and if it were not for the intimidation of several titled Douluo here, I'm afraid that some people would have been unable to restrain themselves and rushed forward to snatch the soul bones. You must know that soul bones are a rare treasure in the Soul Master world. It is the most precious thing that can be encountered, but cannot be sought. Even a strong man like a titled Douluo may not be able to collect all the soul bones, and according to rumors, as long as a complete set of soul bones can be gathered, there will be a slight chance break through the limit of level 99 and get a glimpse of the infinite scenery above level 100. So getting one piece is already extremely precious, not to mention that now Wuhan Palace has given out 3 pieces, and they are all high quality soul bones produced by 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the most precious in the soul bone system is the external soul bone. Next are the trunk bones, skull, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. Although the 3 soul bones taken out by Wuhan Palace this time did not include the most precious torso soul bone, there was also a skull. The right arm bone was second only to the skull and torso bones in preciousness. Even if it was the worst, that left leg bone is not the least valuable among the 6 soul bones. Bibidang looked around at everyone and said calmly, there is always only one winner, and the same is true for the champion. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will all belong to the final champion team. I hope that the 4 teams that entered the semi-finals can do their best. Go all the way and get this honor. No matter what level of soul masters were present, their eyes glowed red when they looked at the soul master in front of the Pope, which completely ignited the fighting spirit of all the soul masters. The Pope continued, today, 4 of your teams will draw lots for a team competition. Teams of 2 will compete for a place in the finals. The first group of games will be held in the morning, and the second group of games will be held in the afternoon. The winners of the 2 groups will be the final championship battle will be held tomorrow. After announcing the rules of the competition, Bibidang sat down on the chair in the middle. Sitting on the right were Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, as well as Sword Douluo, and Ning Fengxi from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. As the crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire, Qian Renxue sat next to Ning Fengxi. Sitting on the left is the Lord of the Killing Palace, Zuzu, dressed in red thin black lines outline Mansu Shahua, which looks beautiful and bloodthirsty. Sitting on the left are 2 titled Douluo from the Killing Palace, wearing rat-headed and ox-headed masks respectively. Zhu Yan did not attend the previous games, and came to the semi-finals and finals like Bibidang. Bibidang looked at Zhu Yan beside him and tentatively, Master Zhu Yan is really talented, and he can really advance to the semi-finals. His Royal Highness Pope is still worried about the team of your martial arts temple. Zhu Yan's mouth evoked a sneer, a faint way. Bidong and Zhu Yan talked to each other. At this moment on the field, a bishop of red came, and the voice announced, now invite the captains of the 4 colleges to get on the stage. As soon as the words fell, the captains of the 4 colleges came to power. In turn. The group will be released soon. Lingtian Temple Soul Team fighting the Slack College Team. Qian Dou Royal College Team battle against Wuhan Temple College Team. When Zhu Yan saw the arrangement of the competition below, he couldn't laugh. It seems that the Lord Zhu Yan is very confident. The calm way Bidong. Zhu Yan smiled indifferently and said, since Lingtian has shot, there is only one goal. That's really not a coincidence. Bibi paused and said slowly, there is only one goal of our martial arts hall. Oh. It depends on who is more powerful. Bibidang and Zhu Yan looked at each other, and the shallow smile contained a touch of coldness. Nympho 3 rods on the day. The cool breeze came, and the warm sunlight was mapped on the competition. After a hour's preparation time, Lingtian Temple and Shrek College Team had boarded the ring. The first game was the Slack Colleges battle. Lingtian Temple. Several people of the Wuxan Temple College and the Qian Dou Royal College Team were standing aside, watching the strong duel between Lingtian Temple and Shrek College. Looking at the strange 4 figures of Lingtian and Lingtian has already guessed that these 4 people should be the last main force of Lingtian Hall. Otherwise they will be strong. Otherwise, it has the fusion of martial arts or both. Thinking of this, Lingtian's look gradually became dignified. At this moment, the 2 teams entered the semi-finals. At this time, they stared at each other quietly. Lingtian's robes of robe today are more intense. And Strack College is still wearing the ridiculous team with the printed advertiser, shit green. But when I walked to the semi-finals, no one laughed at them again. Slack College successfully used their strength to win the respect of all Soul Masters. They understood that this seemingly ridiculous team actually had a strong strength. The Select 7 monsters lined up in turn, and Amu basted in front of the front point. Feel the killing intention emitted by the Lingtian and Soul Division team, showing a dignified look in the eyes of the 7 monsters. Hizu. Ki looked at the green team uniform on the opposite side, and the corner of her mouth evoked a disdain for Lark Point, and behind him, Lingyuan, Blood Qiu, and Bloody, also fists and placed their hands. Yu, Tang, San took a step forward, stopped Amu Bei, and looked at the crowd of Lingxia Temple Point without fighting on both sides. The atmosphere opened the crossbow. Prepare for the competition. Both sides can release their martial spirits. The Cardinal, as the referee, made an announcement immediately after the two sides stood still. The 14 people on both sides looked at each other, and the fierce collision of breaths made the smell of gunpowder rise to the limit in an instant. At this moment, even a noble and powerful man like Pope Bibidong had his eyes completely focused on this game. The 7 members of the Lingxia Palace Soul Master team moved almost at the same time, and surging soul power burst out from their bodies instantly. The 4 people standing at the front, Zuki, Lingyuan, Zuqiu, and Zuku, all had the best 5 soul ring attachments of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black flashing on their bodies. Ki, level 53 Battle Spirit King, Martial Soul Bloodthirsty Spear, Lingyuan, 50 level Fighting Soul King, Wuhan King Feng Sword, Blood Qiu, Blood Song. The 2 brothers are both 50 level Fighting Soul Kings, and their martial souls are Bloody and Violent Bears. All 4 of them are 5th rings, Soul Kings. This is a hidden trump card of Lingxia Palace, the Wuhandian Academy and Qian Dou Royal Academy. In the audience exclaimed in surprise. They had never thought that there were 4 Soul Kings hidden in Lingxia Palace. This is your hidden strength. Under the ice silk mask, Lingtian's face also gained a touch of solemnity. The other 3 people behind them are also best equipped with 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 soul rings. The gazes in everyone's eyes became extremely persistent. Among them, the male student standing behind quickly took a step back, and a silver compass, a golden scepter, and a purple gem appeared in his hands. The Lingxia Palace team has 3 auxiliary soul masters. While they were releasing their martial spirits, the Shrek 7 monsters also started releasing them at the same time. Seeing 4 soul kings appearing on the opposite side, everyone looked at Tang San, mistress, 3rd brother, use that Linoop. Tang San made a prompt decision, and decided to use the Linoop originally prepared to deal with Wuhan Palace. The other 6 people nodded, and immediately stood in order. At the front were Tang San and Amu Bei, behind them stood Zhu Zuking, Mahanjan and Xiao Wu respectively, and in the last row were Ning Rang and Oscar, forming a 2-3-2 formation. Very different from the last game. This time, Shrek Academy did not use the 7-in-1 fusion skill again, but released its own martial spirit at the same time in a very normal manner. 7 people, all 4 spirit rings. Of course, the most eye-catching one is Tang San, who has a 10,000-year spirit ring. Pope Bibidong frowned slightly and unconsciously looked in the direction of the master, thinking to himself, Xiao gang, you have indeed changed your formation again. But fortunately, I didn't run into their Wuhandian Academy. It's time for the team from Lingxia Palace to give it a try, and see how many trump cards Shrek Academy still has hidden. The master was watching the situation attentively at the moment. His palms were clenched tightly, and his expression was no longer calm. He was not absolutely sure about this game. 4 Soul Kings. He originally thought that the strongest opponent in the semi-finals was Wuhan Palace, but he didn't expect that Lingxia Palace would find 4 Soul Kings. In this case, he didn't know if Xiaozhen could resist. The game begins. At the same time as he announced the start of the final battle of the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the Cardinal quickly retreated and vacated the venue. The first person to move from the Lingxia Palace Soul Master team was Zuki, who was standing at the front of the team. Chapter 220 Destroy the Dry and Pull the Rotten. The powerful Lingxia Palace 3 bright rays of light were thrown into the bodies of the 4 soul masters, and then Zuki took the lead and charged at Shrek Academy with a bloody gunpoint at the same time. Lingtian held a long sword and launched an attack together with the increase. On the Shrek Academy side, Tangsun and Damubei immediately stepped forward at the same time. Ningrangrang and Oscar were behind. Both of them also provided boosts to their teammates however. With the huge gap in soul power levels, Tangsun and Damubei groaned and were repelled by Zuki and Lingtian at the same time. Then the Blood family brothers behind them looked at each other and jumped into the air directly towards Shrek Academy's formation. The 4th soul skill. The earth trembles. The 2 of them hit the ground hard and a bloody halo spread around. The ground shook violently. Everyone in Shrek Academy was affected by this shock. Zhu, Qi and Lingtian, who were in front, seized the opportunity and launched a series of fierce attacks on Damubei. Blood gun stabs continuously. The sword wind is violent. Bang. Damubei couldn't dodge for a moment and was shot down from the ring. The Shrek 7 monsters have lost 1 member. Seeing this scene, Tangsan, who steadied himself, thought to himself that it was not good. The serious lack of information before the battle between the 2 sides allowed him to misjudge the power of the opponent's first wave of offensive, causing Shrek Academy to lose the powerful Damubei. As soon as they met, Fat Man, fill Mubei's place. Yes, Tangsun made a prompt decision and changed the formation again, letting Mahanjan take Damubei's position. At the same time, the blue light flashed in the palm of my hand. The 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. The next moment, countless thick vines sprang out from the ground, trying to use the characteristics of the 4th soul skill to stun the opponent, just like they did against the Star Luo Royal Academy before. And then concentrate their firepower to seize the opportunity to shoot down the opponent's soul king. In this way, the originally unfavorable situation can be reversed. But Tangsun overlooked one thing. Moreover, the Lingtian Palace team is not the Star Luo Royal Academy. The shadow of the gun and the light of the sword flashed. As soon as the blue silver grass broke out of the ground, it was cut in half by 2 people. At the same time, the Blood family brothers, who had already rushed into Shrek Academy's formation like bulldozers, rushed through the double defense of ZHU Zuking and Xiao Wu, and simply and roughly rushed in front of Ningrangrang and Oscar, who were being defended by layers of defense. 3rd brother, Fat Man, hearing the voice behind him, Tangsun secretly thought something was wrong. Just as they were about to turn around and defend with Mahanjan, they were entangled by Zuki and the 2 men who rushed forward. The Blood brothers broke through too fast. Oscar and Ningrangrang had no time to release their soul skills and were knocked upside down with 1 palm strike. The auxiliary soul master's body is inherently weak. In the air, Ningrangrang and Oscar were already spurting blood. Rangrang, as Ning Fengzi watched the battle, Shenzhen and Shenzhen felt their hearts tightening. But before the 2 of them could take action, a white figure from the field caught Ningrangrang first. Sister Lingtian moved and brought Ningrangrang back to his team. Although his true emotions could not be seen through the ice silk mask, everyone in Huangdao Academy felt an inexplicable coldness. Yu Xianheng came to his senses and said quickly, Lingling, help her, treat her, leave it to me. Yi. Lingling nodded slightly, and the 9-hearted begonia bloomed in his hand. Immediately afterwards, along with a faint fragrance, a white light in the shape of petals fell from the sky, slowly falling, and a white light fell directly on Ningrangrang, integrating into her body lightly. Ningrangrang's body trembled, the blood-red palm mark slowly faded away, and her face returned to a bit of rosy color. Seeing that Ningrangrang was fine, Ning Fengzi and Shenzhen were finally relieved. However, when they looked at the Lingtian Palace team members, their eyes became extremely cold. Little bastard. Although Qian Renxue was a little unhappy, she also understood the reason why Lingtian did this. Soon Liu Erlang came over and took the unconscious Ningrangrang away. Yu Xianheng turned his head and asked curiously, Guling, do you know the person from the Kibao glazed sect? I don't know. Lingtian shook his head and said. Yu Xianheng scratched his head and said, then why did I hear you shouting or something just now? You heard wrong. Lingtian said calmly, then, since you don't know them, why did you save them? Yu Xianheng asked. Lingtian glanced at Yu Xianheng and asked, we are all members of the Qian Dou Empire, shouldn't we help each other? You okay, don't ask, Lingtian interrupted Yu Xianheng, the problem baby, and said in a deep voice, hurry up and watch the game carefully. It will be over soon. Watch carefully. They will be our opponents in the next round. Watching the game on the field, Yu Xianheng's expression became serious. The strength of Lingtian Palace far exceeded their expectations. The game on the field is not over yet. But Shrek Academy, which had lost 3 members, faced Lingtian Palace, which had 4 full Soul Kings, and now they had no hope of victory. Even though Tang San was still struggling to restore the situation, he couldn't change the defeat without his teammates. Boom. As the last man, Tang San was shot down from the ring. The match ended with Lingtian Palace's victory. Shrek Academy was eliminated. The Lingtian Palace Soul Master team successfully advanced to the finals. The Cardinal walked onto the ring and said loudly, the competition is over. The Lingtian Palace Soul Master team has advanced. Immediately, the 7 Soul Masters from Lingtian Palace put away their martial souls and followed the Cardinal's guidance and left the competition field. After Bibi Dang, who was sitting in front of the Pope's Hall, announced that the morning's game was over, Meng Shenji led everyone from the Qian Dou Royal Academy back to their residence. After lunch, Meng Shenji called the 7 of them together to discuss the tactical arrangements for the battle against Wuhandian Academy. Meng Shenji asked, did everyone see the game this morning? Well, they are too strong, Yu Xianheng and others said solemnly. Lingtian Palace, 4 Soul Kings. It completely shocked these proud men of heaven and made them understand what it means to have someone outside the world. I also know that Lingtian Palace is very strong, but you must understand that Lingtian Palace is a matter of finals. Our first goal now is to win Wuhan Palace Academy. Meng Shenji looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, although Wuhandian Academy with its 3 Soul Kings is very strong, our Qian Dou Royal Academy is not weak either. If we really want to fight, we might not be their opponents. However, they have not played in the previous games, so the 3 of them have not shown their strength much. I haven't collected much information, so I've summarized all the information I can get here, so you can take a look at it first. With that said, Meng Shenji handed a stack of files recording the information of the 3 of them to the 7 people. Lingtian took the file and started reading it. Zu 50 level attack type battle Soul King, martial soul Moonblade, weapon Soul Master Yan, the 50 level fire attributed attack Spirit King, the martial spirit Flame Lord. Ulina, the 50 level control Spirit King, the martial spirit Fox. The 3 of them are collectively known as the geniuses of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, and they are all recipients of the legendary purple record medal. Below Ulina, there is also a line of prompts marked. Note, Ulina personally possesses extremely powerful charm ability. It is suspected that all soul skills have charm ability, but the specific activation principle is not clear. It is recommended to temporarily seal off the vision, taste, and hearing. Below these 3 people, there are records of several other members of Wuhan Palace, but most of them only have a few words, and they are obviously not as important as Ulina, Ziyu, and Yan of the Golden Generation. Meng Shenji looked around at everyone and said, everyone, tell me what you think. This Linup is only 1 Soul King away from Lingtian Palace. Yu Feng screamed and said, 3 Soul Kings, even with Guling here, we are still too short. Can we really make them a match? Yeah. The Shi brothers also said in shock. Du Guyan rolled his eyes and said, why panic? The competition is all about coordination. Isn't it just that there are 2 more Soul Kings? With Guling and Qianheng here, it's not like we can't fight, sister. Yan is right. The Shi brothers looked at each other and said in unison, traitor, you 2 traitors. Yu Feng covered his heart, accusing the 2 of their evil deeds. Stop making trouble now, you. Qianheng interrupted several people, looked at Lingtian, and asked in a deep voice, Guling, do you have any good ideas? The fact that the Wuhandian Academy team has 3 Soul Kings is their strength, but it is also their weakness. As long as we can grasp their psychology, we should be able to induce them to enter our tactics. Then we go. Ling, your tactics sound good. After Pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue showed a trace of hesitation in his eyes and asked, with my current dragon transformation and the improvement of my soul skills, I can stop the Soul King in a short time, but the question is, can you really stop him? 2. Soul Kings, you don't have to worry about me, you just need to tell me, if I hold off the 2 Soul Kings on the other side, do the 6 of you have the confidence to kill the remaining 5 people on the other side? Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Have you? Qian Renxue and others said seriously, just have faith. A smile appeared in Lingtian's eyes and he said, 3 Soul Kings are no big deal. Our Qian Dou Royal Academy's goal is to win the championship. How could we be stopped by a semi-finalist? With that said, Lingtian stretched out his right hand and looked at Qian Renxue and others. Yes, champion. Everyone looked at each other, smiled, and put their arms together. The originally uneasy and tense atmosphere was dissipated by the shouts of champion. Seeing this scene, Meng Shenji gently stroked his beard and smiled happily. This was the Qian Dou Royal Academy that he valued. Okay, everyone, let's go back and have a good rest. Yes, everyone nodded and exited Meng Shenji's room. The air in the morning is cool and comfortable. In the afternoon, when the sun hangs high in the middle of the sky, the coolness has been replaced by a touch of scorching heat. Although it is not midsummer, the temperature is still a bit high. The Pope and other powerful players were already in place, waiting for the game that was about to start in the afternoon. Chapter 221 Heaven Dou Royal Academy vs Wuhan Hall. The layout of the scene is also the same as in the morning. The 7 members of the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team stood quietly at the competition venue watching the battle. Other spectators stood further away. Wuhandian Academy and Qian Dou Royal Academy entered from both sides of the arena. When the audience on the sidelines saw the 2 teams, the silence in the audience attracted everyone's attention. Although the previous game had given them too much shock, the next game also attracted everyone's attention. The second semi-final match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition is about to begin. The players from both sides are preparing. The match will begin in a quarter of an hour. Both sides returned to their respective positions, and Meng Shenji finally summoned everyone from Qian Dou Royal Academy together. Go. Ling. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian. Lingtian smiled lightly and said firmly, don't worry, just follow the original plan and I'll have no problem. The rest is up to you. This battle, Meng Shenji looked at everyone and suddenly raised his right hand. Everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy also raised their hands, folded their right hands together, and shouted loudly at the same time, we must win. That's right, this battle will be won. That's their belief. To win this game, we must win. Ah, you sure to win? You don't even have a Soul King, so you dare to brazenly say that you will win. On the other side, the Wuhandian Academy team suddenly heard loud shouts from the Qian Dou Royal Academy. Captain Ziyu couldn't help curling her lips and sneered. Today we will show them what real strength and soul power is. The gap is an insurmountable chasm. Even the lowest level Soul Master among us is almost the same as their captain. I want to see why they win. Cold and evil eyes swept over his companions, and Ziyuhan said in a cold voice, the Pope is watching, and the elders are watching too. We must not only win this game, but also win it completely, and we will never give it to them. Any chance. I'll handle that, Tang-san. What are we? Cold and evil eyes swept over his companions, and Ziyuhan said in a cold voice, the Pope is watching, and the elders are watching too. We must not only win this game, but also win it completely, and we will never give it to them. Any chance. Leave that masked boy and Qian Renxue to Yan and I to deal with. What are we? Champion army. An even stronger roar sounded from the Wuhandian Academy team. The unyielding atmosphere between the 2 sides made the Soul Masters watching the battle from a distance feel excited. Who has never been young, who hasn't been passionate. For them, the outcome of this game is not important. What is important is to see a wonderful team battle. Regardless of Qian Dou Royal Academy or Wuhandian Academy, reaching the semi-finals is enough to prove how powerful they are. A quarter of an hour was not long. Soon, the players from both sides walked into the square under the prompts of the referee. On the Qian Dou Royal Academy side, the team uniforms were still the same pale gold uniforms with the word Qian Dou embroidered on the chest and the swan the royal symbol of the Qian Dou Empire, on the back. Each and every one of them walked into the center of the square with heroic looks and heads held high, perhaps in order to compete tit for tat with Qian Dou Royal Academy. Today the Wuhandian Academy team specially changed into a pair of jet black uniforms, embroidered with gold thread, and the material was obviously excellent. The 3 people walking at the front each wore a purple book-shaped badge on their left chest, which was a symbol of their honor. The leader is a man who is about 1.9 meters tall, with neat short black hair standing up like a steel needle. His face is very calm. This man is Ziyu, the captain of the Wuhandian Academy team. On his body, there was an invisible temperament. He stared at Sukin's body with a faint gaze. On the left side of Ziyu is Yan. He has long fiery red hair hanging down his back, dark red eyes, and a very ordinary appearance. Yan's body also exudes an invisible temperament. The only woman among the 3 is Hulina. She has long black hair, tied neatly behind her head, and her face is somewhat similar to Ziyu. Although Hulina's appearance is not stunning, she is not bad. Especially she has a different kind of charm about her. When a group of people from Wuhandian Academy stood firm on the competition stage, a strong and cold murderous aura was like a sharp blade heading towards everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy. And Yu Qianheng, who was standing at the front of the team, his eyes flashed with lightning, staring at Wuhandian Academy with the same fighting spirit. Prepare for the competition. Both sides can release their martial spirits. The Cardinal, as the referee, made an announcement immediately after the 2 sides stood still. The eyes of the 14 people on both sides exchanged fiercely. Although no one said a word, the fierce collision of breaths made the smell of gunpowder rise to the limit in an instant. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary soul masters watching from the sidelines, even a noble and powerful man like Pope Bibidong has his eyes completely focused on this game. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 people from Wuhandian Academy acted at the same time. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, were released, and the 4 team members behind them also had the best configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings on the Qian Dou Royal Academy side. The formation was also set up. However, the formation looks a little weird. Lingtian stood at the front of the team, while the other 6 continued to retreat, until they reached the edge of the ring. Everyone, except Lingtian, summoned their martial souls, and the best matched soul rings flickered around them. Behind him is Yu Qianheng, whose arms have transformed into dragons. At this moment, lightning is surrounding him. Yu Feng turned his arms into wings and stood half crouched beside Yu Qianheng, ready to take off at any time. Brothers Xiamo and Xiamo shone with earth yellow light, and they were like a thick city wall guarding Du Guyan and Li Lingling on the left and right. A diamond-shaped scale appeared between Du Guyan's eyebrows, and green light surrounded it. Li Lingling, who was standing at the back of the team, held a pale pink begonia flower in her hands, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moving up and down around the flower. The game begins. At the same time as he announced the start of the final battle of the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy, the Cardinal quickly retreated and vacated the venue. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 people in the Wuhan Palace burst out with soul power. Hulina turned around and came to the front of the team. A faint smile appeared on her face. With the release of her martial spirit, she seemed to become more beautiful, and a big furry tail grew from her back. A pale red light emerged from her body, her eyes flickered, and she looked at Lingtian at the front of the team. Her unique charm made people want to look at her. Everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy, who had anticipated this for a long time, immediately took action. Yu Feng, who had been prepared for a long time, kicked off his feet. His wings flashed quickly, and he was in midair in an instant, out of the range of Hulina's charm. But Yu Qianheng and others closed their eyes tightly, and covered their ears with their hands, to block everything. The Shi brothers at the rear of the team did the same thing, but before that, they put a layer of tortoise shell shields on Yi Lingling and Du Guyang. No matter how good the charm skill is, in order to trigger it, it is important to have a sense of media as a medium, either hearing, vision, or the other 6 senses. If the medium is lost, the charm will basically lose its effect. At this time, in Qian Dou Royal Academy, only Lingtian stood quietly. Is this guy not hiding? That's you. Hulina smiled sweetly, and all her charming power surged towards Lingtian. However, Lingtian raised his eyes at this moment, and his ice blue eyes under the mask were full of calm, not affected by the power of charm at all. He was actually not affected by the charm. At this moment, Lingtian finally moved. A burst of ice blue soul power condensed in the palm of the wrist, and the next moment it gathered into countless ice crystals and hit Hulina. Hulina's face changed slightly, and her steps immediately moved back. At the same time, Ziyu turned around behind her. Her first soul ring was quietly flashing yellow light, and her two curved blades, which were blood red and looked like crescent moons, were swung quickly in front of her to form a barrier. Clang clang clang. The ice crystals were constantly collided by the two knives, causing dust to scatter on the ground and obscure the sight of both parties. Hulina's charm soul skill was also forced to stop, because she couldn't find the target point. Seeing this scene, Lingtian once again gathered energy and directed towards the location of Hulina and the two in his memory, and released another extremely cold storm to hinder their movement. At the same time, he gently patted Yu Qianheng beside him. Yufeng, who was in midair, also waved two small wind blades to remind the Shi brothers who were still in isolation. Qianmo and Qianmo understood what he meant, and the fourth black soul ring glowed brightly. They held the corner of the Zhuan Ming shield and threw it towards the direction of the Wuhan Palace team. The high-speed rotating shield rubbed against the air and emitted a burst of light. With a sharp sound breaking through the air, they suddenly bypassed the left and right side of the smoke and went straight to the four soul masters behind the Wuhan Palace. Yan looked at the two shields that were speeding towards him. His heart was shocked, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Hot dark red flames suddenly appeared from his body. At the same time, his body expanded violently under the influence of the first two soul rings. Crush it for me. The clothes on his upper body were shattered in an instant, and Yan's muscles bulged like granite. In just an instant, with a loud shout, his body had swelled to 3 meters away, burning with flames like fists the size of millstones. Towards the shield was smashed away. At the same time, Ziyu and the others finally escaped from the storm. Hulina looked at Lingtian coldly, and the 5 soul rings on her body flashed very regularly. First the black 5th soul ring, then the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, until finally that yellow 1st soul ring. Every time the soul ring fluctuates, the red light on her body will become stronger. The evil moon behind her also moved at this time. He swung his blood-colored swords and slashed out a cross of blood, quickly slashing in the direction of Lingtian. Bang! An ice wall emerged out of thin air and dissolved the cross sword light. At the same time, taking advantage of Lingtian's opportunity to defend, Ziyu stepped back. At the same time, he held both hands in the center of the moon blade. He stretched out his hands and hit his sister from behind. At this moment, 2 golden lights shot out from the scepter in the hand of the auxiliary soul master of the Wuhandian Academy team at the same time. The golden light shone and quickly integrated into the bodies of Ziyu and Hulina. The red light curtain suddenly appeared and spread. The moment Ziyu and Hulina's bodies collided, the layer of red light wrapped their bodies together at the same time. The layer of red light exploded instantly, like the spread of a ball of light, covering nearly half of the venue, and was still shrouding the surrounding area. However, because Lingtian had already prepared to widen the distance between his positions, Yu Qianheng, the Shi brothers, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling and Yu Feng who were standing behind were not covered, but then as time goes by, everyone in Qian Dou Royal Academy will be enveloped in this red light sooner or later. Qianheng follows the original plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian rushed towards the red light alone, secretly saying in his heart, "Let him come and see for a while how powerful the so-called martial soul fusion technique is." Wind control. Yu Qianheng instantly understood what Lingtian meant, and immediately shouted angrily into the air, "Receive!" The moment he heard the order, the 4th soul ring on Yu Feng's body flashed in midair, and 2 breezes suddenly appeared on both sides of the shield. Just when Yan's fist was about to hit the shield, it happened to allow the shield to fly. The trajectory is undergoing subtle changes, not but after noticing this, Yan quickly changed direction, but even so, he only shattered one shield, and the remaining shield continued to hit the 4 soul masters behind him. The 4 soul masters standing behind also reacted quickly. After seeing a shield that had escaped Qian's attack, the 3 fighting soul masters dodged to block the auxiliary soul master, and at the same time each released their soul skills 1 to block the shield point. But with a blessing of the 4th soul skill of wind control, the speed of the shield was too fast for them to catch it point, and the soul skills they release will inevitably end up in failure. You hide behind me. When one of the fighting soul masters saw this scene, he gritted his teeth and immediately decided to stand in front of a few people. He opened his hands and prepared to rely on the defensive power of the bear martial soul to block the wave of Zuanming flying shield attacks from the Shi brothers. Bang! The Zuanming flying shield exploded at the moment of contact, and countless tortoise shell fragments shot out in all directions. The fighting soul master blocking the front was instantly knocked away. His whole body was scratched by tortoise shell fragments, and in an instant he became a bloody man and collapsed to the ground, losing all his fighting power. Although most of the debris was blocked, some of it still hit the 3 people behind point. Turtle shell fragments hit the 3 of them one after another. Although the damage caused was not as much as that of the fallen fighting soul master, the attack power should not be underestimated, especially the last auxiliary soul master. Holding the scepter, his arm was shattered by fragments of tortoise shell, and he could not stop wailing in pain. He was unable to provide assistance to his teammates in a short period of time. Yan, who was not far away, punched out, and the flames instantly swallowed up most of the fragments, while the remaining bits and pieces of attacks had no impact on him. Although he was not injured, his teammates suffered heavy losses. P.S. I have to pack up and move to campus at the end of the semester these days. There are too many things to squeeze out of too many code words, so the update may only be 4K, which will probably last until I go home on the 29th. Everyone will keep accounts for the author first, and wait until after I get home on the 30th. I will make up for everyone one by one. Chapter 222 Perfectly Executed Tactics. You look for death. 4. The proud. It was the naked provocation of him, and immediately the dark red flame shrouded the whole body, rushing towards the 2 brothers of the Shi family like a fireman. Brother Shi's brothers looked at each other and rushed to the front with the shield point at the same time. The soul of the body flashed with light, and the condensed tortoise shell shield provided huge defense power, and Zuanming's EIR once again increased by 100% of the defense power of the 2-point boom. The next moment, the 2 sides hit together. The 2 brothers groaned, but still blocked the double punch. Boss, seeing that the Shi family was attracted to the firepower, the Feng, who observed the situation in the air, immediately said. Hearing the reminder of Yufeng, Qian ranked 3rd under his body, and the 4 soul rings instantly brightened the purple light. Immediately under the guidance of Yufeng's soul skills, the whole person turned into a blue electric dragon at a very fast speed. The remaining 2 people in the Wuhan temple flashed the dragon claws with dark blue electric manges on the left and right, smashing to the chest of the 2. Qian's strength was not weak. Coupled with the increase in the thunder, only hearing the clicks sound, the double claws of the dragon state directly crushed the ribs of the 2, and the blood spurted out. Lost combat effectiveness has been planted. Now, there are only 3 people who maintain combat effectiveness on the field of Wuhan Temple. But it is also the most difficult to solve. Well, 52 levels of sulking. Under the joint efforts of them, it is not too difficult to deal with him. But Lingtian's opponent is 2 sulkings, and under the increase of Wuhan integration skills, their strength is now infinitely comparable to Soul Saint. Will Lingtian an opponent of him really? Looking at the red mist, there was a touch of concern in Qian's eyes, but now, he can only believe Lingtian. Qian no longer thinks about it, reappears a blue electric dragon, and joins the battle with the Imperial Wind to deal with her. The situation of the Shi family is not optimistic. Under the Angus fist, the shield was covered with cracks, although the use of the 4 soul masters of the Wuhan temple with fried shields, such a powerful soul skills also consume a lot of soul power of the 2 brothers, especially after the time for Qian to release 2 defensive soul skills. Now the soul power of the 2 of them is almost left. I can only hold my teeth and wait for Qian's aid. Drink. There. was another violent drink, the hot fire fist hanging down on the shield point. Alas, the two brothers groaned at the same time, and they took a few steps back to the back, but fortunately, there was Yilingling behind them, and the soft light of Qian Begonia returned to the injury of the 2-point. But the current form is still not optimistic. The current situation of the Shi family is difficult to cope with. The next attack, come again, also saw the fatigue of the two, and the shield of the two brothers was a flame giant. When the Shi family bit her teeth to prepare for hard resistance, a blue-purple lightning finally appeared in front of the two. Boss, give me here. You will restore the soul power first. There was a touch of light in Yu Xianheng's eyes. There were countless blowups jumping around the dragon claws, and the soul ring that ranked first under her body flickered. Boom. The flame collided with the thunder. The blue-purple electrical mang and the hot fire offset each other. Yu Xianheng stood in front of Yan, and the war in his eyes converged into an extremely bright electric mango. Tao, your opponent is me. Yan's eyes were filled with anger, and although he didn't say a word, the flames on his body became more intense. The next moment they both punched at the same time. Bang. The fists collided, making a loud bang. In the violent impact of the energy collision, Yu Xianheng's figure suddenly retreated. Under the frontal impact, he was actually knocked backwards and flew 7 or 8 meters away. But with Yilingling ceiling behind him, Yu Xianheng immediately stood up again. At this time, Yan had also arrived not far away from Yu Xianheng. Their eyes collided in mid-air, and they both saw the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes in an instant. The soul rings on both of them shone brightly at the same time. Yu Xianheng stepped forward suddenly, waving the dragon claws surrounded by lightning, and faced Yan's giant flaming fist without flinching. Bang bang bang. The two of them punched each other hard, and engaged in a brutal close quarters fight. Yu Feng knew his position very well. He did not land to join the battle group. Instead, he kept waving his wings and hovering in the air, watching the right time and constantly releasing the wind blade to cause trouble for Yan. Dugu Yan also released his soul skills immediately, using green scale poisonous mist to affect Yan's strength. Yilingling, who was standing at the back of the team, was holding Qian Begonia with both hands, and soft light shone on Yu Xianheng to maintain his condition. As for the Shi brothers, they are recovering their soul power from behind. Whenever Yu Xianheng couldn't hold on any longer, the two of them would temporarily step forward to take Yu Xianheng's place. Although Yan was annoyed to be surrounded by everyone from Qian Dou Royal Academy, he could not break away from the encirclement of Yu Xianheng and others, and could only throw out angry punches one after another. Although there is a 10-level difference in soul power between the two sides, the balance of victory continues to tilt if they cooperate in an orderly manner at the same time. In the center of the arena. At this moment, the red light flashed, and Hu Lina and Ziyu had disappeared. In their place, a man with long flowing hair, who seemed unable to distinguish between male and female, appeared in their place. Their originally black hair had turned blood red, and the figures composed of Ziyu and Hulina began to dance quietly. The two moon blades were enlarged twice as much, with rainbow-like brilliance flashing at the front of the open arms. As the surging and rich red light suddenly increased, the combined figure instantly disappeared into the rich red mist. Because Lingtian kept approaching, the thick red mist had not enveloped the remaining 6 people in Qian Dou Royal Academy. This is the fusion soul skill of Ziyu and Hulina, the demon. The martial soul fusion skills performed by 2 level 50 soul kings are already infinitely close in power to the martial soul avatar released by a soul saint. In order to break the martial soul fusion skill, they can only wait until their own soul power is exhausted, or they take the initiative to end the martial soul fusion skill. In the competition of soul masters who are all soul masters of the soul sect, this powerful skill is equivalent to no solution. At the same time, the spirit fusion skill of Yamui also has this special ability. Control within the range controlled by the demonic skills, which is the range shrouded by the red mist just now. Everyone's senses will be reduced by 50%, and their soul power will be suppressed by 50%. All actions will be sluggish. 50. It can be said that the moment the monster appears, it can instantly force their opponents into a desperate situation. The thick red mist is a special energy mixed with violence and psychedelic. In addition to the 3 negative states, it is the most powerful point. The scary thing is that in this red mist, only Ziyu and Hulina, who used martial soul fusion skills, could see anything. Suddenly losing his eyesight, it will undoubtedly make people feel chaotic, not to mention that it is weakened as a whole. Even if it is the opponent of the same level as the evil moon, I don't know how much it is planted in this martial arts fusion technology. Therefore, although the Wuhan Temple College team does not have the true control department soul division, it has the existence of the special soul skills of demon charm, and they do not need any control department. The demon charm is the biggest relief of Wuhan Temple College. The reason why Bibidan cherishes the soul bone is because of the reason for this martial arts fusion. If you want someone to deal with us, where do you come from? The confidence, a surprise sound of men and women in the red mist, comes from all directions, making people unable to judge their location from the direction of the sound. Seeing Lingtian's 6 teammates did not support it, they realized that this guy wanted to deal with the 2 of them alone. Although this is to minimize the impact of the demon charm point, but at the same time, the people in the field will be put on tremendous pressure. You must know that in the state of monster charm, their strength is enough to compare with Soul Saint, and if he didn't even release Wuhan, he dared to face the 2 in the state of the demon. Sacrifice yourself and achieve a team. It's heroic. Thinking of this, the corner of the demon's mouth in the red fog evoked a smile of mockery. The kid wearing a mask, since you want to challenge us too, then we solve you and solve your teammates. As soon as the words fell, the 2 red knife light fell. Click. The 2 crisp sounds came from the red mist, and at the same time, there were also exclaims from men and women. How could you be at our attack position, in the red mist? Except for the siblings under the demon state, everyone's vision will be completely deprived here, but Lingtian can accurately release the ice wall to resist the attack orientation. Red mist can really deprive vision. However, Lingtian's ice god's pupils can immune to all illusion control, which perfectly restrains the ability of red mist. Therefore, Lingtian can naturally block it, a knife waved by the demon charm in the red mist. However, he did not respond to the doubts of the brothers and sisters. When the ice wall was broken, a cold flashed in Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the palm of the palm suddenly turned down. The next moment, the original scattered ice standoff was trapped, and the small ice knife was instantly condensed into the demon charm in front of the body. Red mist naturally can't stop the gaze of the demon charm. As the leader of the fusion of martial arts, the evil moon immediately waved the 2 blood-colored moon blades in his hand. With the exquisite grasp of the moon blade, all the ice knives were blocked in front of you. This is your attack. As soon as the words fell, the evil moon waved the knife again to the Lingtian. Alas, the power of Lingtian's wrist flipped from the body. Seeing this scene, the evil moon can only turn around. But whether he launched an offense in that direction, Lingtian always released the ice pillar to block it in time. Just when the evil moon crushed the ice pillars again and again, Lingtian looked at the accumulation of more and more ice columns on the ground, and a light smile appeared on the face under the mask. Although the ice pillars were crushed, they did not disappear in place. However, Ziyu didn't care about these things. Dang. It was blocked by the ice pillar again. Start the attack again. Dang. Once again, he was blocked by an icicle. After several trials, he finally gave up the idea of quickly solving Lingtian. Ziyu jumped back, widening the distance between the 2 parties. This guy wearing a mask is really difficult to deal with. Although the opponent's soul power in front of him was much weaker than his own, the icicles he released could always block him. It is no exaggeration to say that Lingtian is the most difficult opponent they have ever encountered. But despite this, Ziyu is still very calm. Because after he and Hulina used the martial soul fusion skill, the 2 of them now have more soul power than the total amount of Lingtian. Ziyu believes that after such consumption, he will win in the end. Maybe not only can he complete the mission assigned by the Pope, but he also has enough power. Use your spare time to help your partners, since Lingtian cannot be eliminated now. Ziyu's eyes are fixed on the battle situation on the other side. Yan's current situation is not optimistic. The 4 soul masters were instantly eliminated by the opponent. As a result, Yan could only deal with the 6 soul masters on his own. If this situation continues, even if Yan is in the sulking form, it will not be optimistic. He needs to do something. A flash of light burst out from Ziyu's eyes, and she attacked Lingtian again. And while being blocked by the icicles, he threw a moon blade in his hand towards the Shi brothers standing at the back of the team. Ziyu's timing of throwing this moon blade is very clever, although Lingtian noticed that the moon blade was thrown out. He was currently blocked by Ziyu, and could not stop him. Moreover, even if Ziyu was not blocking him in front of him, he could not take action in the current situation. Through the eyes of the ice god, Lingtian saw that the trajectory of the moon blade was aimed at the Shi brothers. If they were in peak condition, they could still try, but now their soul power is nearly dry, and it is impossible to block the sharp moon blade attached to level 60 soul power. Lingtian made a quick decision and shouted, "Graphite stone mill, abstain." The Shi brothers, who originally wanted to recover their soul power for a while before helping Yu Xianheng, heard this and jumped off the ring without any hesitation. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "We give up the game. You guys can run fast." After seeing the Shi brothers jumping off the ring, Ziyu took the moon blade back with a thought point, just as he aimed at Yilingling and Dugu Yan again, preparing to help Yan deal with the two opponents. Lingtian, who had been defending before, flashed in front of the two. No more hiding. Seeing Lingtian's appearance, a sneer appeared at the corner of Ziyu's mouth. This is Ziyu's conspiracy. If Lingtian didn't come out, he would continue to deal with his teammates. If he comes out, just get rid of him first. The game has finally begun to come under his control. So what if you can see me in the demon? Let me gain the upper hand and you won't have any chance. Let's deal with you now, and then clear out your teammates. As for Yan, he has already helped to deal with two opponents. With his strength, he should be able to defeat his own side. No more hiding. Ziyu's blade pointed at Lingtian and said in a mocking tone, "Are you ready to admit defeat? That's right. With your strength, you are proud of yourself for being able to fight with me till now." Chapter 223. The stars are thousands of miles away, and the ice vortex is dazzling. You are the one who should admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian suddenly raised his hand, and all the broken icicles turned into the power of frost. The air of frost is constantly gathering. In the red mist, the strong airflow drives the power of frost, and the spherical ice whirlpool and icy blue airflow are like thousands of ice dragons swimming around. The temperature around the decisive battle platform drops sharply. Even Yan, who was at the other end of the ring, was affected by the flame's self-created soul skill, Roar of Ice. If you gather your strength to perform Ice Roar in the normal way, you will need to prepare for a long time to accumulate energy, and you will easily be discovered by Ziyu. If you are interrupted by him at that time, your success will be in vain. So Lingtian chose to find another way. Concentrate more than half of your own energy into icicles, thus skipping the original process of accumulating energy. You only need to connect all the icicles together, and then convert them into the power of frost at the same time. In this way it saves a lot of time. Even if Ziyu finds out, there is no chance to interrupt the attack. It is precisely because the energy was connected in series before that the spiritual genius did not attack before. It's over. At this moment, Lingtian's eyes flashed with dazzling brilliance, and he raised his palms forward. In an instant, the spherical ice whirlpool gathered by the power of frost suddenly rose up diagonally and lifted up. The endless roar of the wind rushed towards Ziyu and the two men hidden in the red mist with the force of thunder. The stars are thousands of miles away, and they are within a millimeter in an instant. The ice swirls are dazzling, roaring and angry. The ice vortex penetrates the red mist like a bright star arrow, shining as brightly as a sapphire. At the same time, it moves rapidly while constantly colliding, as if it contains an extremely terrifying ice and snowstorm. What? Seeing this scene, Ziyu was shocked. I never expected that Lingtian would continue to energy in the broken icicles, but after all, he was the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Ziyu immediately calmed down from the shock. Looking at the huge ice whirlpool that kept trying to push forward, he took a deep breath and a flash of red light burst out in his eyes. I can also create my own soul skills. You moved, and his body moved like a whirlwind. In an instant, his whole body and the two moon blades disappeared almost at the same time, and now only a huge white disc appeared. There was no sound of friction or whistling of the wind, as if all sounds had been swallowed up by the disc. Only the red mist in the demonic barrier revolved around the white disc like a whirlpool. In order to defeat Lingtian, Ziyu finally used his strongest attack point from the perspective of soul power. Ziyu is similar to Hulina and Yan. In terms of soul skills, they all have their own strengths. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the golden generation was because of his self-created skill, and using this skill in the martial soul fusion skill Yaomai was his strongest attack. With this move, he defeated himself, a teacher whose soul power reached level 68. He was therefore publicly elected as the number one among the younger generation of Wuhan Palace. This is why Ziyu has full confidence in the full moon. The full moon sounds like such a beautiful word. But at this moment, what appeared was a self-created soul skill without any flaws. The circle is the most perfect shape without any flaws. Feng Zai Ocean's crew and Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes were far inferior to Ziyu's perfect full moon. Just in terms of attack frequency, there is a huge difference between the two. The seemingly white disc is actually caused by Ziyu driving his two moon blades to rotate at an extremely alarming speed, and then using the powerful power brought by the high speed rotation to give the opponent a fatal blow. In order to defeat the ice whirlpool released by Lingtian, Ziyu finally used his strongest attack point. However, the only drawback of this soul skill is that it consumes a lot of soul power. After using the soul fusion skill and then using it with all your strength, even if Ziyu wins, he and Hulina will have very little soul power left. However, Ziyu is very confident in his soul skills. He firmly believes that Lingtian is no match under his full moon, one white and one blue. In an instant, under countless pairs of shocked eyes in the audience, the full moon released by Ziyu and the ice whirlpool formed by Lingtian collided head-on. Boo. Boom. The next moment, earth-shattering air currents exploded in all directions. Once the white disc and the blue ice swirl intersected, it was like two unexpected meteorites colliding, causing stars to explode and hurricanes to explode. The bloody moon blade hit the blue ice swirl. Boom. Long. The ice vortex was instantly detonated, and the aftermath mixed with the biting cold current swept across in all directions. Ziyu held the two moon blades in front of her body, trying to block the huge energy generated by the ice swell explosion. However, after a crisp sound of click, the two moon blades were all broken, and Ziyu and the two of them were immediately hit. Backlash. His red eyes widened, and he immediately let out a shrill scream. After spitting out a mouthful of blood at the end, he flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. And at the other end of the arena, Yu Xianheng and others who were fighting stopped fighting and tried their best to resist the impact. Yu Xianheng and Yan grabbed the groove on the ground and lay down in front of the ring. To avoid the impact, Yu Feng flapped his wings quickly and avoided the impact of the airwaves in time. However, Du Guyan and Li Lingling, who were standing at the edge of the ring, were still swept down from the ring by this violent wave. At the same time, the blooming airwaves impacted the entire arena. The jade stones on the stage that could withstand the impact of the Soul Emperor were all cracked and completely shattered at this moment. Spider web-like cracks covered the top and bottom of the arena, and even the surrounding auditorium outside the arena. Dare to be eroded by this biting cold. The members of the Lingtian Palace who were closer were even more shocked by the terrifying aftermath, and their blood boiled, and they became unsteady. The expressions of the powerful men sitting in front of the Pope's palace were different. Bibi Dang, who had always looked calm, couldn't help but change her face when she saw this scene. Saw Douluo, Qian Renxue, and Ning Fengzi looked at each other and smiled. Although the collision did not end, they already knew the result. Zhu Yi looked at the arena with interest. After a while, the storm dissipated. Looking at the stage, where the decisive battle was turned upside down and devastated in an instant, everyone present took a deep breath. A battle between two Soul Kings could actually emit power equivalent to that of the Soul Emperor. Horrible. Really terrible. Bang. Just as everyone was sighing, a dull sound drew everyone's attention back. I saw Ziyu and Hulina, known as the Golden Generation of Wuhan Hall, suddenly falling from the ring. Unable to maintain the fusion state of Wuhan, the two separated, and the two figures fell heavily to the ground, one on the left and the other on the right. Superior defeat. Failed. Two Soul Kings who used martial soul fusion skills were defeated by a young man who was suspected of being a Soul King. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Shock. Incredible. Lingtian actually killed two Soul Kings with 1 against 2. Especially the Soul Masters of the Wuhan Palace. Their eyes widened, and their mouths widened at this moment. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. At the same time, after the two of them exited the demonic state, the red mist covering the arena also disappeared. Everyone looked at the figure standing behind the ice wall on the stage, with surprise, fear, shock, etc. in their eyes. No one thought that the final winner would be this young man. With a thought, the ice wall dispersed, and the whole person was half kneeling on the ground. Although the white robe had been cut numerous times, there were no wounds left on Lingtian's body. But the battle on the field is not over yet. There is still a Soul King in the Wuhan Palace. Although Ziyu and Hulina were eliminated, Lingtian now had very little soul power left. And there were only two soul sects left to fight in the Qian Dou Royal Academy. 1 to 2. Soul King vs. Soul Sect. As long as Lingtian is eliminated first, Wuhan Palace still has hope of victory. Adjust your breath for a moment. As the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Yan quickly realized this, and his fists once again ignited flames to kill Lingtian, who had very little soul power left. Although Lingtian has very little soul power left, he will not choose to sit still and wait for death. Just when he was about to stand up and fight, someone behind him held his shoulder. Qian Heng? Lingtian was slightly stunned and said, "Go, Ling, take a good rest and we'll help you buy time." "You," Qian Heng said in a deep voice. Although he was in a sorry state now, his hot eyes were full of fighting spirit. Lingtian had already killed the two Soul Kings as promised, and now it is time for him to fulfill his previous agreement. Lingtian smiled knowingly and said, "Leave it to you." Then, he closed his eyes and took the time to restore his soul power. His current soul power is indeed very low, but he still has the soul core of the ultimate ice in his body. As long as he is given some time, he can recover part of his soul power. "Boss, let me help you." "Yu Feng, come with me." "You." Feng and Yu Qian Heng moved up and down, releasing their soul skills to meet Yan's flaming giant fist. Bang bang bang. The gap between the Soul King and the Soul Sect was clearly visible at this moment. Although the cooperation between Yu Qian Heng and Yu Feng was very tacit, they still couldn't withstand the full output of Yan, a powerful attack Soul King. In less than 3 minutes, both of them were already bruised. But Yu Qian Heng and Yu Feng still gritted their teeth and persisted, trying their best to buy time for Lingtian to recover. Damn it. As time went by, Yan's mood gradually became irritable, but under the desperate attacks of Yu Qian Heng and Yu Feng, he could not get rid of their entanglement with him. In the blink of an eye, another minute passed. As the two men's injuries became more and more serious, gaps began to appear in their cooperation. Drink. Yan finally caught the two's loophole at this moment, and hammered the two's chests with his burning fists. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded, and Yu Qian Heng's body was like a kite with its string broken. After rolling several times in midair, it hit the ground heavily, and came into contact with the martial spirit state. After a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, his head tilted. I fainted immediately. Although Yu Feng's bones were not broken, he was still dizzy from the punch. Victory belongs to Wuhan Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan's body ignited with hot flames at this moment. He was like a burning man, punching towards Lingtian's position and rushing towards him. Yu Feng, who finally struggled to his feet, was about to wave his wings to block him again when the sound they had been waiting for a long time finally came from behind. "Thank you for your hard work, Yu Feng." Lingtian stood up from the ground, nodded slightly to Yu Feng, and said, "Take Qian Heng down to heal, and leave the rest to me. This victory belongs to us." Yu Feng, who finally waited until Lingtian recovered, nodded excitedly, then flew to Yu Qian Heng's side, supported the unconscious Yu Qian Heng, and walked out of the competition venue tremblingly. The two of them had just walked out of the competition venue. After leaving the competition field, the Shi brothers hurriedly stepped forward to help the two of them. Du Guan hurriedly came to Yu Xianheng's side, and Yi Lingling also used his soul skills in time to start treating the seriously injured Yu Xianheng. Now it's a one-on-one situation in the ring. The spectators who were following this match felt that the Qian Dou Royal Academy was not optimistic. Lingtian is very strong and can defeat 2 Soul Kings by himself. But now that he has very little soul power left, will he be an opponent who still has half of his soul power? All the spectators were not optimistic about Qian Dou Royal Academy. Even Qian Renxue and others sitting in front of the Pope's palace held the same viewpoint. Although Lingtian still hides the Bingji sword, it is useless without soul power, soul skills, martial arts, etc. Everything is based on soul power. Ziocean, there was a hint of worry in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help clenching her fists tightly. Lingtian seemed to sense Qian Renxue's gaze. He raised his head and blinked with ice blue eyes, signaling Qian Renxue to rest assured that he would win this battle. At the same time, on the stage, it belongs to Wuhan Palace in victory. Yan raised his hand and swung, and the giant flaming fist came towards him. Lingtian turned his head, spread out his palm and slapped it. The next moment, an extremely terrifying light blue cold air suddenly surged out of Lingtian's body, and in an instant they gathered together to meet the giant flaming fist. Fire and ice collide. However, the imagined explosion did not occur. The moment the two came into contact, the icy air completely enveloped the fire fist, and with each surge of flames, bursts of rich white mist would erupt. When the light blue ice emerged, most of the scorching flame giant fist had disappeared. That's it. Looking up at Qian's side, Lingtian suddenly clenched his palm, and streams of liquid like ice blue energy surged out from his palm. In this ice blue energy, there were also densely packed tiny ice fragments floating in it, shining with dazzling light like sapphire. Lingtian grasped the ball of energy and compressed his hands inward. The terrifying power of frost condensed in the palm of his hand, and powerful aura spurted out towards the surroundings. Boom. When he opened his hands again, a blue ice swell appeared in his hand. Frost spinning jade. Lingtian raised his palms high above his head, and with the appearance of Zuan Yu, the cold air in the entire arena suddenly rose sharply. I don't believe that your soul power can really recover so quickly. After taking a deep breath, a fierce light flashed across Yan's eyes, and the 5 soul rings under his body flashed in symphony, while a huge flame lord's shadow appeared behind him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Semi-Finals, Advance. Fire Lord. Yan's martial spirit. As the name suggests, it has strong control over flames. As it appeared, dark red flames rose all over Yan's body again. And then with a roar, all the surrounding flames surged towards Yan, and then gathered overwhelmingly around him. TSK. As more and more dark red flames emerged, Yan's right hand suddenly hit the ground, and countless jets of flames instantly appeared on the ring. At the same time, when he raised his right hand again, countless blazing flames gathered on his right arm. It moved forward, forming a 2-meter long flame arm, which was as thick as the arm of the Flame Lord behind him. Zuanayu, go. At the same time, Lingtian suddenly swung forward. The ice swelling jade shot towards Yan's position, and with the appearance of the ice swirl, the cold air between the sky and the earth became strong, and even the curtain of fire that was constantly rushing around became dim at this moment. Drink. Yan, on the other side, had red eyes, and waved his flaming arm with an extremely ferocious momentum, striking at the rushing blue spinning jade. The 5-color fire light and the icy blue light streaked across the sky like meteorites, and then, under the gaze of countless eyes, they violently collided with each other with a spectacular momentum of rushing towards destruction. Bang! The moment the ice blue spinning jade collided with the flame arms, the power of ice and frost contained in it exploded overwhelmingly at this moment. Under the terrifying cold air, even the void space was filled. A layer of finely crushed ice chips. Outside the huge boundary formed by the cold air, the giant flame fist struck fiercely, and the terrifying flame arms were crazily intertwined with the ice blue cold air. At this moment, in the center of energy collision, the alternating hot and cold temperatures are constantly changing. Now, even if a 5-ring Soul King enters he will not be able to withstand the alternation of extremely cold and extremely hot energy. At this moment, the veins on Yan's head popped out, and his body couldn't help trembling. The chill coming from the permeating cold air made his hot right arm feel like it was about to freeze. He knew very well that at this moment, if he retreats even a little bit, the Zuanayu, which contains the terrifying power of frost, will completely freeze his whole body in an instant, and he will lose this significant soul fighting competition. Therefore, he cannot lose. Even if you use your last ounce of strength, you must never retreat. With a loud shout, Yan once again input soul power into his arm, and instantly the dark red flames bloomed again. Trying his best to resist the spinning jade condensed by the power of frost. He wants to compete with Lingtian for his remaining soul power. As he said before, he didn't believe that Lingtian still had enough soul power left. As long as Lingtian's soul power is exhausted and unable to maintain the ice spin, the final victory will still belong to him. Compete for soul power, then it will be as you wish. Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately took a breath of icy air. The power of frost continued to pour into the spinning jade from his body, and it was in a stalemate with Yan's flame arm. With the existence of the ultimate ice soul core, the thing he is least afraid of is competing for soul power. In the sky, scorching flames and ice blue cold air each occupied half of the sky. They madly sprayed out all the energy in each other, causing such a shocking collision that shook the world. This is a competition of total soul power. Whoever has more total soul power will win the final victory. Chance. Lingtian sensed that the soul power on Yan Hoan's arm suddenly weakened, and immediately seized the opportunity to turn the jade into an icy blue light, and instantly a powerful chill burst out towards the flame arm. Caca. A subtle clicking sound suddenly sounded and spread quickly. Not good. Gu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, but he discovered that the flame giant fist was actually filled with a thin layer of thin blue ice, and under this thin ice, even the dark red flames on the flame giant fist. It's getting a little darker now. Just when he was about to increase his soul power again, Lingtian didn't give him any chance. Boom. The ice swell exploded instantly. The icy blue light suddenly bloomed, and the terrifying power of frost spread overwhelmingly along the flame arm. Although the dark red flames melted the cold air again, it was far less than the speed of cold air erosion in the spinning jade. Under the all-pervasive erosion of the cold air, the flames on the arms became dimmer and began to be covered with a layer of light blue frost. Final. Amidst the constant erosion of the cold air, the huge flame arm exploded with a bang, turning into overwhelming ice fragments and scattering into the sky. The remaining frost power is like a tiger emerging from the cage. A huge frost storm broke out and swept the world under the gaze of countless horrified eyes. With no more obstacles, they turned into a torrent of ice. Under Yan's unbelievable eyes, they instantly impacted his body. Under the violent impact of energy, Yan, who had little soul power left, exited the state of being possessed by the martial spirit. It flew backwards violently, spitting out bright red blood as it flew upside down. After a while, the frost dissipated. Bang. Blue ice cubes suddenly hit the ring. The person sealed in the ice was Yan, who was defeated by Lingtian. He was covered by the power of frost while flying upside down, and his whole person was frozen into a huge piece of ice. The whole place was silent for a while. Countless eyes stared dumbly at Yan, who was frozen into ice and falling from mid-air, and then turned to look at Lingtian standing on the ring. The shock in his eyes was indescribable. Strong. Too strong. One person can defeat the 3 Soul Kings of Wuhan Palace. At this moment, a question could not help but arise in the hearts of all Soul Masters. What is the identity of this masked boy? Those 3 people could be considered the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, but now they were all defeated at the hands of this masked boy. Xiaoshan, I did it. Qian Renxue clenched her fists in excitement. Xiaoshan defeated 3 Soul Kings without using martial arts. This is the golden generation that has been cultivated, and it's nothing like that. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue turned her head and looked at Bibi Dong, who was a little stunned. At the same time, Pope Bibi Dong saw this scene on the ring with a look of shock and disappointment in her eyes. She never thought that the Wuhandian Academy team, which had high hopes, would be defeated by the team that had been unanimously considered before the start of the game. The weakest of the top 4 is the Qian Dou Royal Academy. Or to be more precise, he was defeated at the hands of that masked boy. Who is that young man? At this moment, Bibi Dong wanted to call Qian Renxue over and ask where this young man came from. However, as the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong still calmed down very much. Chapter 225 ITN-039. Just one more sulking. Turning her head, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue looked at each other. When she saw the pride and provocation in Qian Renxue's eyes, she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes were slightly startled. Although Qian Renxue is nominally his daughter, but because of Qian Zhengji, Qian Renxue's eyes were always full of hatred, as if she were an enemy. But the current gaze made Bibi Dong's heart tremble slightly. How long has it been since she was born to see such eyes, without any hatred? Qian Renxue's current expression is like that of a child who was having a tantrum with her mother and finally proved herself. Xiaoxu, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a little lost. Your Majesty the Pope, our idea of a finals match has been shattered. It seems that Zhu will accept these 3 soul bones. Zhu Yi said teasingly. Winning and losing games is normal. Bibi Dong, who came back to her senses, gave Zhu Zedui a cold look and said, besides, the competition is not over yet, and Lingtian Palace may not be able to get the final prize. At the same time, the cardinal had already stepped onto the ring and sent someone to lift Yan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. He looked deeply at Lingtian with shocked eyes, then walked to the center and said loudly, I declare that the elite souls of the entire continent in the second round of the division semifinals, the winner is the Qian Dou Royal Academy team. Qian Dou Royal Academy defeated Wuhandian Academy and advanced to the final round. Upon hearing the final announcement, the entire audience burst into exclamations. No one expected that Wuhandian Academy, which had won 2 championships, would unexpectedly lose to the Qian Dou Royal Academy team, known as the weakest seeded team in history. At this moment, Meng Shenji, the leading teacher in the rest area, had a smile on his face that was even more difficult to conceal. 1. Really won. This is the closest they have ever been to the championship, and there is only one last step left. If they really win the championship, it will be the greatest glory for their Qian Dou Royal Academy. Lingtian glanced in Qian Renxue's direction, then jumped off the ring. Except for Yu Xianheng, who fell into a coma, and Du Guyan, who was taking care of him. Several others came to Lingtian's side together, their faces filled with smiles of joy after victory. Brother Ling, you are too fierce. You are wearing 3. Yeah. At that time I thought I was going to lose, but I didn't expect that Brother Ling would be able to fight another Soul King in the end. Yu Feng and the Shi family brother sighed in unison. None of them thought that Lingtian would be so powerful that he even fought against the 3 Soul Kings of Wuhan Palace. Yilang Lingsu on the side waved his hand, and the fused light enveloped Lingtian. Lingtian's tired look disappeared. He turned his head to Yi Lingling and nodded slightly, saying, thank you very much, Lingling. Yi Lingling showed a rare smile on his face and said, we are partners. Lingtian also smiled, and then they returned to the lounge together. How is Xianheng's situation? Lingtian walked into the lounge and saw Yu Xianheng, who was still lying in Du Guan's arms at first sight. He quickly took 2 steps forward and asked with concern, Lingling's timely treatment has made him much better. He is just too tired and fell asleep now. Du Guan gently stroked Yu Xianheng's forehead and whispered to Lingtian. Lingtian breathed a long sigh of relief and said, that's good. On the other side, several people from Wuhandian Academy were taken down by their people for treatment. This concludes the semi-finals. The excitement of today's 2 games has exceeded the sum of the previous few days, making all the Soul Masters watching enjoy themselves. This is the so-called Genius Soul Master. In ordinary Soul King level battles, there is a sense of deja vu that can be seen in Soul Saint battles at the same time. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's finals even more. The finals of the elite competition will be held on time at noon. One day later, at that time, Pope Bibidan will personally award the championship award point. On one side is the Lingtian Palace Soul Master team with 4-5 ring Soul Kings, known as the most powerful in history. On the one hand, despite the premise that everyone was not optimistic about it, they actually defeated the defending champion Qian Dou Royal Academy team of Wuhan Palace with their teamwork, and the strong strength of the masked boy, who will win the final championship, has aroused the interest of all Soul Masters. After returning to the hotel, everyone rested for a while, and Meng Shenji called everyone to his room to discuss the details of the game the day after tomorrow. We know very little about the 4 Soul Kings of Lingtian Palace. Up to now, we know the types of martial souls of the 4 of them, and we know very little about the characteristics of each of their soul skills. However, through their previous battle with Shrek Academy, according to the intelligence analysis, their current tactic is the fast attack assassin style, using the 4 Soul Kings as spearheads to kill the auxiliary Soul Masters as quickly as possible, and then turn around and kill the fighting Soul Masters in front point. So the first set of tactics I arranged for you is to break their fast break. First, Yi Lingling's position should be in the center of the team, and then after the graphite stone is broken, Guling and Xianheng, you two, are at the front, and Du Gu Yanhe Yufeng will be responsible for assisting on the flanks, so that we can withstand the first wave of attacks from the opposite side, and the subsequent battle will depend on your cooperation. Meng Shenji paused for a moment, looked at Lingtian expectantly, and said, Guling, can you still use the move that Wuhan took you to the academy with today in tomorrow's game? It's difficult. My previous attack normally requires a long time to accumulate power. The reason why I succeeded this afternoon was unexpected. If I use it again tomorrow, it will be difficult to achieve the same effect. Lingtian shook his head and said. Meng Shenji sighed and said, that's it. Although their Qian Dou Royal Academy defeated Wuhandian Academy today, Meng Shenji has always been sober and has not been dazzled by the victory point. He knew that Lingtian had at least 80% of the credit for winning today point, but now Lingtian's brilliant soul skills today are no longer effective, which makes Meng Shenji's confidence in tomorrow's game drop by more than half point. Similarly, after Yu Xianheng and others heard Lingtian's explanation, the look in their eyes dimmed a bit. Why are you feeling depressed now? Lingtian suddenly patted Yu Xianheng on the shoulder, smiled calmly, and said, we have defeated so many colleges along the way and finally reached the last step of the Soul Master competition. Don't we have the courage to give it a last try? After a moment of silence, Yu Xianheng and others cheered up and said in unison, of course. Lingtian is right. They have already reached the finals, so how can they give up in this last game without a fight? It's not like they have fought against the Soul King every time. There's just one more this time. After thinking about it like this, everyone's thoughts suddenly became more open-minded, and they no longer looked worried and depressed. Lingtian smiled slightly, and then said in a deep voice, when we fight Lingtian Palace tomorrow, you need to help me contain the 4 Soul Kings on the opposite side for 1 minute. As long as you can hold on, leave the rest to me. 1 minute. You. Xianheng frowned and said, Guling, let's not talk about whether your move will work. Even if we can really hold on for a minute, will you be able to deal with 4 Soul Kings by then? Besides, can the 6 of them withstand the attack of 4 fighting Spirit Kings for 1 minute? Who said I only know 1 soul skill to deal with them? Lingtian suddenly asked. There are other moves. Yu Xianheng's eyes lit up and he said, aren't you curious about my martial spirit? Lingtian smiled mysteriously and continued, you will know what my martial spirit is when we compete there tomorrow. I just hope you won't be too surprised then. Surprise, you? Xianheng looked at Lingtian in confusion and thought, it's just a martial spirit. What would surprise him? You will know when the time comes. Lingtian smiled and said, everyone, just follow Guling's tactical arrangements. Meng Shenji waited until everyone finished discussing, hesitated for a moment and finally decided to adopt Lingtian's tactics first. There is too little information about Lingtian Palace, and he has no suitable tactics. Second, they were able to defeat Wuhan Palace this time, and Lingtian's role was indispensable. Now that he took the initiative to propose tactics, Meng Shenji decided to continue to believe in Lingtian. My request for everyone in tomorrow's game is very simple. Meng Shenji paused for a moment, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, I just hope that everyone will not have any regrets. No matter what the final result is, we must show the style of Qian Dou Royal Academy, you know, no regrets. Lingtian and everyone looked at each other, smiled, and shouted in unison point. Just as Qian Dou Royal Academy was arranging tactics, another team, Lingtian Palace, was doing the same point. Because Lingtian showed great strength in the semi-finals, when Zuki and others decided to compete, they first had to gather firepower to eliminate him. As for the aura vice that was so brilliant before, they have also analyzed its weaknesses. As long as Lingtian is eliminated by then, there will be no threat to Qian Dou Royal Academy. The final championship will definitely belong to them, compared to the Qian Dou Royal Academy and Lingtian Palace teams who were busy arranging tactics. The atmosphere on the Wuhan Palace team that lost today became more solemn. Ta ta ta. Bibi Dong knocked on the armrest intermittently, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was looking at. How is Nao's situation? Shen Bibi Dong finally asked her. Royal Highness, the saint's condition has stabilized, and she should be able to recover in a few days of recuperation. Yuguan Gunshaohu reported. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong continued to ask, have you investigated the identity of the masked boy? Not yet. My subordinates only investigated that the child suddenly appeared next to Her Majesty the Saint in the past month, but no clues were found about his identity. I feel that this young man named Guling, as if it appeared out of thin air. Yuguan said in a deep voice. He rummaged through the recent information on the Qian Dou Empire, but could not find any information about the boy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.